أرجو من الحضور الكريم المتمركزين في الخلف التقدم إلى المقاعد الأمامية لكي يحظوا بفرصة مشاهدة أفضل. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting at any moment. We'd like to ask our distinguished guests to take a step forward with their seats for a better viewing experience. We're starting shortly. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which translates to in the name of Allah, the most graceful, the most merciful. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا أن نرحب بكم اليوم في النسخة 19 من مؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية، الحدث الأبرز عالمياً الذي تنظمه بلدية دبي بالتعاون مع منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة الفاو والجمعية الدولية لحماية الأغذية IAFP. حضور كريم، نسخة هذا العام تنطلق تحت شعار التقنيات والابتكار في الغذاء، وذلك من أجل مناقشة الابتكار وأحدث التقنيات التي تسهم في ضمان سلامة الغذاء واستدامته، في حدث يعكس مكانة دبي كمركز عالمي لاستشراف مستقبل سلامة الغذاء وحرصها على جمع أفضل الخبراء والمختصين من مختلف دول العالم تحت مظلة واحدة لمناقشة أبرز التحديات العالمية والحلول المبتكرة في مجال سلامة وجودة الغذاء. أيها الحضور الكريم، ولأن الصورة تساوي 1000 كلمة، دعونا نبدأ حدثنا اليوم بفيديو يبين رؤية ورسالة المؤتمر ندعوكم لمشاهدته.
The perfect scoop of ice cream,
It's a simple joy, but its production can be incredibly complex. It relies on a flawless global cold chain and a precise mix of 50 different ingredients sourced from around the world. What guarantees this indulgence is safe when the entire supply chain remains largely unseen? That is the power of food safety. Yet, we face a constant race against hidden risks, pathogens, targeting the weakest link, exposure to chemical contaminants, and food fraud. These threats can jeopardize not just a product or a company, but the economy of a whole nation. Dubai's approach to secure food safety is built on a robust partnership between the government, industry, research organizations, and the consumers. We leverage technology and innovation for enhancing compliance and supporting business efficiency. We are investing on capabilities to use generative AI and advanced reasoning models to offer precise, real-time guidance and operational consistency. Dubai systems are evolving toward an agentic AI model, allowing functions to operate autonomously for faster, smarter protection. Crucially, technology is only a tool. The true strength lies in the human expertise and specialized skills of our teams and their ability to take informed decisions at the right time and at the right place. The Dubai International Food Safety Conference stands as the essential platform connecting this global human expertise, turning shared knowledge into collective action.
حضورنا الكريم، لأن هذا المؤتمر يعكس الجهود الحثيثة التي تبذلها بلدية دبي لتحقيق معايير عالمية لسلامة وجودة الغذاء واستدامته، يشرفنا أن ندعو مدير عام بلدية دبي للتفضل بإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية الرئيسة للمؤتمر، فلنرحب معا بسعادة المهندس مروان أحمد بن غليطة.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السعادة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في النسخة 19 من مؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية، الحدث المرجعي الذي أطلقته دبي لجمع نخبة من الخبراء والمختصين وصناع القرار وممثلي القطاع من مختلف أنحاء العالم لتبادل المعرفة ومناقشة تطورات سياسات واستراتيجيات مبتكرة لتحقيق سلامة وجودة الغذاء عالمياً. نؤمن أن المدينة الأفضل والأكثر تطوراً ونمواً هي المدينة التي تحتضن الإنسان وتجعل جودة حياته أفضل كل يوم. انطلاقاً من هنا يأتي المؤتمر كمنصة عالمية لاستشراف مستقبل سلامة الغذاء، ليعكس التزام دبي بدعم الجهود الدولية لتعزيز سلامة وجودة الغذاء وتقليل الفاقد والمهدر منه، تماشياً مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة العالمية، وبما يضمن سلامة غذاء آمن ومستدام. لا يمكن معالجة التحديات الناشئة التي تواجه مستقبل الغذاء دون تضافر الجهود الدولية لإيجاد الحلول العلمية والعملية المبتكرة التي تستثمر أحدث التقنيات والتطبيقات الذكية. ومن أجل ذلك تعقد الدورة الحالية تحت شعار التقنيات والابتكار في سلامة الغذاء، الشعار الذي يعكس التوجه الاستراتيجي لدولة الإمارات ودبي نحو استشراف المستقبل، ويؤكد حرصها على توفير غذاء أكثر أماناً واستدامة للأجيال القادمة. الحضور الكريم، يعقد هذا المؤتمر بمشاركة نخبة واسعة من خبراء ومختصي المنظمات العالمية، وبحضور الشركاء المحليين وجهات رقابة الغذاء على المستويات المحلية والإقليمية والدولية. ويجسد هذا الحضور حرصنا في بلدية دبي على بناء شبكة تعاون عالمية تعزز مكانة دولة الإمارات في مؤشر الأمن الغذائي الذي يعتبر سلامة الغذاء أحد أهم أعمدته، وتدعم رؤيتها بأن تكون الأفضل عالمياً في هذا المجال بحلول عام 2051. يمتاز برنامج هذا المؤتمر لهذا العام بتنوع مجالاته وفعالياته من ورش عمل وجلسات رئيسية تغطي محاور من أهمها وأبرزها دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في منظومة سلامة الغذاء والفحوص المخبرية والتفتيش وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي واستخداماته في التدريب والرقابة الغذائية. ضيوفنا الكرام، ننظر إلى الابتكار واستشراف المستقبل والتركيز على أهمية الحلول الذكية والتقنيات المبتكرة كركيزة أساسية لتعزيز سلامة الغذاء. وتعد بلدية دبي من الدوائر الرائدة في استخدامات التقنيات الحديثة في أنظمتها الرقابية خاصة في مجال سلامة الغذاء، وذلك من خلال نظام التفتيش الذكي DM Checked ونظام منتجي بلس الذي يضم أكثر من 1.5 مليون منتج مسجلاً في سجلات البلدية، وتم تسجيل أكثر من 2000 منتج سنوياً، كما يوجد أكثر من 26,500 منشأة مؤسسة غذائية مسجلة، حيث أن نستورد أكثر من 10 ملايين طن من الأغذية سنوياً من أكثر من 180 دولة. في الختام أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لكل الرعاة والشركاء واللجنة التنظيمية وفريق عمل المؤتمر الذي كان لهم الفضل والجهد في نجاح هذا المؤتمر منذ دورته الأولى في 2006 حتى أصبح من أكبر وأهم منتديات سلامة الغذاء على مستوى العالم. نتطلع إلى دورة متميزة تسهم في رسم ملامح المستقبل وتعزز الاستدامة وتضمن أعلى مستويات الجودة للحفاظ على صحة وسلامة الإنسان على مستوى العالم. شكراً لحضوركم ومشاركتكم ومساهمتكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرنا موصول لسعادته على ما تفضل به، والذي يعكس تطلعات دبي المستدامة وأهم الجهود المبذولة لجعل قطاع الغذاء أكثر كفاءة وأمانا. السادة والسيدات، لطالما كانت منظمة الأغذية والزراعة التابعة للأمم المتحدة من أهم المنظمات التي تعنى بالغذاء على مستوى العالم، وقد كانت المنظمة شريكاً أساسياً وجزءاً لا يتجزأ من نجاح مؤتمر دبي لسلامة الأغذية. لذلك يسعدنا ويشرفنا أن نستمع الآن إلى كلمة مدير إدارة النظم الغذائية وسلامتها في منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة الفاو. فلنرحب جميعاً بالدكتورة كورينا هوكس.
Excellencies, Director General of Dubai Municipalities, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to see so many people in this large, beautiful room that we are having this conference in today. It's a real honor, a profound honor to be here on behalf of the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to join you at this important gathering, where leaders, experts, and innovators from around the world, you, have come together to advance global knowledge exchange and foster international collaboration with the ultimate aim that is so important to us all: to reduce the burden of foodborne illness worldwide. Let's reflect for a moment on the world we live in today. Our global agri-food system is at a crossroads. While we have made so much progress in reducing hunger and improving nutrition over past decades, we face persistent and emerging challenges that threaten these gains. Despite advances in technology and knowledge, an estimated 673 million people experience hunger every day. That's 673 million people. Millions more suffer from undernutrition, obesity, and micronutrient deficiencies. Meanwhile, our planet's natural resources are under unprecedented strain. Climate change, biodiversity loss, water scarcity, and land degradation are no longer distant threats. They are realities that affect us all. The COVID-19 pandemic has further exposed vulnerabilities in our agri-food systems, disrupting supply chains, livelihoods, and as a consequence, access to safe, nutritious food. Conflicts and economic shocks have compounded these challenges, pushing more people into food insecurity. But at FAO, we are committed to a bold vision. Unleashing the positive potential of agri-food systems to deliver a world free of hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition, while also sustaining economic and social progress and supporting environmental sustainability and health, leaving no one behind. Achieving this vision demands not only technical expertise, innovation, and science, important though that is, but effective governance that embraces the complexity of the systems, as we just heard, that bring food from production onto our plates. Food security and a well-functioning agri-food systems are inseparable. To define food security, it exists when all people at all times have access physically, socially, and economically to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets our dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. Realizing this goal sustainably depends on agri-food systems that perform effectively at every step, again, as you just heard, from production and processing to distribution, consumption, and waste management. Modern agri-food systems are intricate networks shaped by diverse actors, policies, and infrastructures. Their performance directly affects the availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability of food supplies. What we call a systems approach is essential. One that integrates the health, environmental, and socioeconomic considerations to secure food security for both present and future generations. It means thinking, acting, and working together, considering all of these different interconnections among the components and outcomes across agri-food and interrelated systems. And that's important because today we face unprecedented challenges. By 2050, according to the United Nations, the global population is projected to reach close to 10 billion, intensifying pressure on agri-food systems to nourish the world within planetary boundaries. Urbanization, shifting diets, and globalized trade add complexity. Climate change amplifies risks, threatening food production, safety, and security. To navigate these challenges, we must assess the impact of the decisions we make in agri-food systems across multiple objectives, balance competing priorities, and make difficult trade-offs. This requires courage, a willingness to think differently, and readiness to embrace innovation in policy, in science, and technology. So at FAO, we champion systems thinking, science-based decision-making, and collaborative governance. We need agri-food systems transformation, which is essential to address the root causes of food insecurity, poverty, environmental degradation, and inequitable access. Transforming agri-food systems means producing food and agricultural products sustainably over the long term without compromising the economic, social, and environmental foundations needed for food security and nutrition for future generations. Transforming agri-food systems means seeing all of their benefits, delivering interconnected benefits across economy, environment, society, and human health. Agri-food systems have so much to deliver for a better world. But every decision we make in those agri-food systems, whether as policymakers, producers, or indeed as consumers, which all of us are, has ripple effects across agri-food systems. The choices we make today will shape the food systems of tomorrow. And in this, food safety is absolutely central. So let me turn to the specific role of food safety and control systems in the transformation of agri-food systems. Food safety professionals have long used a systems thinking approach, constantly facing the dual objectives of protecting public health and facilitating trade. Food safety policymakers have learned to navigate the political economy of trade-offs and synergies, and to increase return on investment over multiple objectives over time. We all acknowledge that food safety is based on a preventive rather than curative approach. And we all know how challenging it is to convince those who control the financial resources, be it in the private or public sector, to properly and appropriately invest in preventing issues that have not yet materialized. Optimizing the use of resources, such as adopting risk-based approaches, is another typical feature of food safety professionals. Food safety and control systems are foundational. I emphasize they are foundational to building efficient, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems that are able to deliver on economy, health, society, and food security. They are central to ensuring food remains safe from farm to fork, reducing waste, protecting public health, and enhancing economic productivity. The food system simply does not function without food safety. Robust food safety and control systems maintain the integrity of agri-food supply chains by implementing standardized protocols for hygiene, traceability, and risk management. We minimize foodborne illnesses and contamination, disruptions that can erode consumer trust and destabilize markets. Efficient food control systems also streamline regulatory compliance, enabling producers to meet international standards and access global markets, especially vital for developing economies. Food safety has to be right in all of these different parts of agri-food systems. Food safety and control systems encourage a preventive rather than reactive approach, one that is more cost-effective and less disruptive. They promote consumer awareness, empowering individuals to demand higher standards and drive improvements across supply chains. Ultimately, food safety and control systems are not just about preventing harm. They are strategic tools for transforming agri-food systems into efficient, inclusive, and sustainable ecosystems. Their integration into policy and practice is essential for achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring food security for future generations. Food systems transformation with food safety at its heart is not a choice, it is an imperative. It requires fundamental system-wide shifts to deliver on multiple Sustainable Development Goals, improve nutrition, environmental sustainability, and inclusive economic development. FAO's Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031 articulates this vision through the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Transformation is always ongoing, but the transformation we seek is deliberate. It requires a vision, it requires changes in practices, tools, and structures. FAO advocates for this systems approach, recognizing the deep interconnections between food safety, between food security, between nutrition, between environmental sustainability, resilience, and economic development. The One Health perspective further emphasises the need to balance and optimise the health of people, animals, and ecosystem. But let me emphasise that science is at the heart of this transformation. Let me give you some examples. Innovations like whole genome sequencing now allow us to trace foodborne incidents with unprecedented accuracy, shifting from emergency management to early warning and precise detection. The multi-country salmonellosis outbreak linked to chocolate, which occurred in the months before Easter 2022, is a perfect example where international collaboration between stakeholders from epidemiological, microbiological, and food safety entities, with rapid sharing of results from human and non-human isolates, were key to containing the outbreak. Another example is our understanding of the gut microbiome and its interactions with food safety-related substances, raising new questions for risk assessment, questions FAO is actively exploring, guided by science. Challenges limiting the current usability of available microbiome data for risk assessment purposes include common definitions, harmonization of methodologies, better understanding of microbiome chemical and microbiome host interactions, support for interpreting microbiome study results, and linking those to adverse effects. But by opening the conversation, gathering experts from different topics, professional and geographical areas, we are working to better connect the research community with the world of regulatory science to overcome these challenges. Another area is foresight. Foresight techniques help us capture weak signals and embed new insights into early warning systems, enabling proactive policy and public health responses. FAO applies a structured approach to gathering and interpreting intelligence, upon which proactive strategies are then built to identify future challenges and mitigate their impacts. We must have foresight into future food safety risks. It doesn't replace traditional surveillance and monitoring systems, but should be introduced to complement them and take a holistic view of all of these different interconnections that might affect food safety into the future. For example, the development of circular economy. That's something that we say is essential for the transformation to more environmentally sustainable agri-food systems, reducing resource use and waste while staying within planetary boundaries. But we have to be aware that even that is such a positive development introduces new and complex food safety challenges. Foresight reports alert us on the need to pay attention to key priority areas such as water recycling and reuse, food loss and waste valorization, food packaging waste and land use efficiency, and adapt our food safety and control policies to these circular models. An example about how we need to consider the development of environmental sustainability in our agri-food systems, but also putting food safety at the centre. We know that technology is revolutionising food safety management. Rapid detecting kits, advanced traceability tools like blockchain and AI-powered remote monitoring are enhancing transparency, accountability, and control, even at a distance. These innovations empower us to deliver on our mandate and respond to the evolving challenges of the global food system. Recent rapid detection kits for food safety include advanced biochemical and molecular tools that enable fast, accurate identification of pathogens like Salmonella, Listeria, and E. coli, often within hours. These innovations are transforming how producers and regulators monitor food safety across the supply chain. Less recent but equally important rapid detection kits have revolutionized the operations of field workers and small food business operators in contexts prone to mycotoxin contamination. Yet another example is the use of smart sensors and machine learning in cold chain logistics to ensure temperature compliance for perishable foods. These systems detect anomalies in real time and trigger alerts before food safety is compromised. Sensors embedded in packaging or storage units continuously monitor temperature, humidity, and other environmental factors. These sensors transmit data to cloud-based systems where AI algorithms analyze patterns, detect deviations, and predict potential spoilage risks. This allows real-time alerts for temperature breaches or equipment failures, predictive analytics to forecast shelf-life and spoilage, remote access via dashboards for producers, distributors, and regulators. And last but not least, automated compliance reporting for food safety standards. These technologies are revolutionizing food safety by shifting from reactive inspections to proactive, continuous monitoring, reducing foodborne illness risks and improving transparency across agri-food systems. In a highly urbanized environment with physical constraints, as we are now, let me also mention new food sources and production systems, also called novel foods or new foods. These are generally defined as foods without a significant history of safe consumption in a given jurisdiction. They include plant-derived proteins, seaweeds, insects, microbial proteins, cell-based foods, precision fermentation products, vertical farming crops, and 3D printed foods. While technology on these new foods is rapidly advancing, different regulatory approaches are taken vis-à-vis these new food products across jurisdictions. So knowledge gaps should be filled in to support safety assessments. Balancing intellectual property rights towards consumer trust are also important questions to resolve as these novel foods emerge. This is the perfect transition to discuss the policy aspects of our action and how critical they are for transforming our systems towards sustainability, resilience, inclusivity, and safety. Science opens up our mental landscape. Technology expands the field of our actions. But policy is the backbone for delivering long-lasting results. Effective policies coordinate stakeholders, guide us towards a shared future, and must be inclusive and collaborative. Indeed, the core of FAO's mandate in food safety lies in establishing the dialogue between science, between technology, and between policymaking to support countries in ensuring a safe food supply for all at all times. The FAO Strategic Priorities for Food Safety 2022 to 2031 emphasize strong policy frameworks and governance mechanisms to build resilient, inclusive, and science-based food safety systems globally. These elements are designed to support countries in aligning with international standards and improving coordination across sectors. I must mention the Codex Alimentarius, a flagship program of FAO jointly with the World Health Organization. Its role in supporting the facilitation of safe international trade through the agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures of the World Trade Organization is known to all of us. It is a fundamental cornerstone of the global strategy for food safety adopted by the World Health Assembly, and a stellar example of effective multilateralism in food and agriculture. Through the Codex Alimentarius Commission, FAO develops standards via inclusive, consensus-based approach, fostering harmonization and enabling countries to align around shared benchmarks. Science-based food standards are a key instrument for policy implementation, and FAO, jointly with WHO, generates the science advice, which is at the core of all Codex standards. Through its actions at the global, regional, and national level, FAO promotes the development of coherent national food safety and control policies that integrate risk-based approaches and align with Codex Alimentarius standards. As we innovate, we must ensure responsible use of new science and technology, fostering global harmonization and coherence, and remaining always vigilant about the food safety impacts of any innovation. People are at the center of this change. Countries are encouraged to establish multi-sectoral governance structures that bring together the different stakeholders across agriculture, health, trade, and environmental ministries. Our assessments of national food control systems often reveal that stakeholder interaction is the weak link, and yet it is absolutely fundamental. FAO's food control system assessment tool, recently used in the UAE and over 30 other countries, is helping to create efficient, fit-for-purpose systems that protect consumers. As we look ahead, let us remember the decisions we make today will shape the agri-food systems of tomorrow. Let us work together across disciplines, sectors, and borders to advance food safety, foster innovation, and ensure that our food supply remains sufficient, stable, nutritious, safe, and sustainable. Thank you.
نشكر الدكتورة كورينا هوكس على كلمتها. Thank you, doctor. حضور الكريم، العام الماضي أطلقت بلدية دبي برنامجها الرائد برنامج التميز في الأنظمة الغذائية في إطار دعمها للتميز وتشجيع الابتكار في قطاع الأغذية. واليوم يسعدنا أن نكرم الفائزين في النسخة الثانية من البرنامج لنحتفي بالمؤسسات والأفراد الذين قدموا مبادرات وممارسات استثنائية في مجال سلامة الغذاء. لفعل ذلك يسعدنا أن ندعو سعادة المهندس مروان أحمد بن غليطة مدير عام بلدية دبي، وتنضم إليه الدكتورة نسيم محمد رفيع المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة البيئة والصحة والسلامة في بلدية دبي بالإنابة، فليتفضلوا إلى المنصة ولنرحب بهم جميعا. بدايتنا ستكون مع الفائزين بفئة المطاعم المستقلة. We're gonna start with the standalone restaurant winners. في المركز الثالث in the third place Bosporus Dubai Hills Mall. تهانينا لهم. Congratulations. وفي المركز الثاني in the second place بوتا مدينة دبي للإنتاج، بوتا دبي برودكشن سيتي. تهانينا لهم and congratulations. Now you better give me energy on this one. في المركز الأول in the first place, Social House Dubai Mall. تهانينا الحارة لهم and congratulations. سننتقل الآن إلى فئة مطاعم الفنادق. We move on to the next category, restaurants and hotels. في المركز الثالث in the third place, Swiss Hotel المروج دبي. تهانينا لهم and congratulations. في المركز الثاني in the second place, Medley Restaurant بولمان City Center ديرا Hotel. مطعم ميدلي فندق بولمان City Center ديرا. Congratulations وتهانينا الحارة لك. وفي المركز الأول there is only one number one and that is مطعم تركواز فندق ريكسوس بريميوم دبي. Turquoise Restaurant Rixos Premium Dubai Hotel. Come on, join us. تهانينا الحارة and many congratulations. نأتي الآن للفائزين بالفئة الثالثة عن فئة مطاعم الوجبات السريعة والكافيتريات. And now for the quick service restaurants. في المركز الثالث in the third place, Shake Shack Dubai Mall. تهانينا لهم and congratulations. والآن إلى المركز الثاني and now for the second place, Joe and the Juice Mall الإمارات. Joe and the Juice Mall of the Emirates. Come on up. المحرة. Congratulations on your victory. وفي المركز الأول in the first place البيك فرع الراشدية. البيك ريستورانت الراشدية. Come on up. تهانينا الحارة. Congratulations. مبارك للفائزين هذا التميز الرائد. Congratulations to our winners. الحضور الكريم، لم نغفل بالطبع عن أمر شديد الأهمية، وهو الدور الكبير لشركائنا ورعاة هذا الحدث في نجاح المؤتمر وتحقيق أهدافه. لذا يسرنا أن نقدر جهودهم المستمرة لتقديم كل ما يلزم للمضي قدما في رحلة الابتكار والتميز. والبداية هي مع شركائنا من منظمات الأمم المتحدة لتعاونهم المتواصل، وندعو منظمة الأغذية والزراعة للأمم المتحدة وبرنامج الغذاء العالمي للأمم المتحدة. We invite the United Nations Organization for Food and Agriculture FAO and the United Nations Organization World Food Program WFP. Please give them a welcome. والآن سيقدم السيد ستيفن أندرسون ممثل برنامج الغذاء العالمي للأمم المتحدة الإقليمي درعاً تذكارية لسعادة مدير عام بلدية دبي. شكراً جزيلاً لكم. وأيضا حضور الكريم، واحتفالا ب15 عاما من التعاون المتواصل، يسعدنا أن نكرم شريكنا العلمي الجمعية الدولية لحماية الأغذية The International Association for Food Protection IAFP. Celebrating 15 years of continuous cooperation, we're honored to honor our scientific partner. Give them an applause. جزيلا. Thank you very much. نأتي الآن إلى تكريم رعاتنا والذين كانوا دعامة أساسية في نجاح هذا الحدث. Now we award our sponsors who were a pillar not to be underestimated for the success of this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, حضور كريم، بداياتنا مع starting with Spinneys. Give them a welcome and a thank you. Much. And next up is Lulu. نحييهم ونشكرهم أيضا على دعمهم ورعايتهم. من رعاتنا and from our sponsors as well, Hassani Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, continue showering us with your generosity in an applause to next Coca-Cola. أيضا نستلي فلنحييهم. Give them a round. أيضا ماكدونالدز. قائمة الرعاة مستمرة and our sponsors continue. Meat and Livestock Australia. From our generous sponsors as well, Danone. من الرعاة أيضا ADNH Compass. أيضا also Dubai World Trade Center. Also أيضا شوي درامز. ومن الرعاة أيضا Mars GCC. Let's try that again. Mars GCC, and we're trying your applause. That's a lot more better. Thank you. مرة أخيرة تحية قوية لكل رعاتنا. One more time, a big round of applause to all of our sponsors. وكل الشكر لسعادة المهندس مروان أحمد بن غليطة مدير عام بلدية دبي، والدكتورة نسيم محمد رفيع المدير التنفيذي لمؤسسة البيئة والصحة والسلامة في بلدية دبي بالإنابة. الشكر موصول أيضا للشركاء والرعاة. وأيها السادة والسيدات، في الختام مؤتمر دبي العالمي لسلامة الأغذية لا يناقش التحديات فحسب، بل يجمع الخبراء والمختصين لنواجهها معا بروح التكاتف والابتكار، لنحقق هدفنا المشترك في تعزيز سلامة الأغذية وضمان استدامتها من أجل مستقبل أفضل. نتمنى لكم مؤتمرا ناجحا ومثمرا، شاكرين لكم حضوركم واهتمامكم، ودمتم في أمان الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We'll be starting our next session in just a moment, so do take your seats. We'll be starting in 1 minute.
Hey, testing.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to start in 1 minute. So if you could take your seats, leave the stage. There will be time for photo opportunities later. Please do take your seats. We'll be beginning in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Please do take your seats. If you are taking your seats, do sit towards the front of the stage. Please do come close by us so we can see you all. And we will be beginning in just a moment now. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. You are bat people. You are cat women. You are Batmen. You are Robins. And you are Robinettes. And do you know why? Because you are the people working behind the scenes, the undercover superheroes, keeping us safe from a whole load of villains, and villains that keep changing every time. And they are pathogens, they are counterfeit foods, and they are those emerging risks that we can't even imagine, but you're thinking about already. So you are the superheroes. And like any superhero, you need a toolbox that is up to date with the very latest innovation and technology. Now, I'm Isabel Kumar. I'm your guide for this next introductory session. I'm also one of those ordinary people who is incredibly grateful for the amazing work you do. Now, in this next session, we're going to showcase some of those latest tools and innovations. Now, you're going to hear from diverse voices and experts, from forensics and essential skills to portable labs and large-scale AI. And all this is superly importantly guided by human leadership. And that's in order to drive meaningful impact in every corner of the globe. So let's get started. And we are going to begin with an overview of the impact of this latest technology. And that is from our first superhero, our first Batman. And that is world-renowned food safety academic, advisor, advocate, and author, Darren Detweiler. Please give him a very warm hand of applause.
Imagine, if you will, you are living on a nuclear submarine in the middle of the ocean at some great depth beneath the ocean's surface. You're breathing recycled air. It doesn't exactly smell that great. Confined spaces, the almost numbing hum of machinery, of air, steam, petroleum, and seawater. There's also a great deal of pressure all around you, including the pressure to act. A long time ago, I spent 6 years as a nuclear engineer and a reactor compartment inspector aboard a submarine. Thank you. Nope. When we would go into a reactor compartment, we would wear 3 different dosimeters. One, on the left, would measure our radiation exposure in real time. It was kind of like looking through a pen and you'd see a needle move. It wasn't that accurate, but it gave you real-time readout of your radiation exposure. On the right is a second device. It actually had 2 devices in it. The first one, the one that looks like a little glass cylinder, that would be read after we left the reactor compartment in a very special piece of equipment, and it was extremely accurate. The third one is in that bottom cap down there, and it actually would be used for catastrophic exposures. Essentially, if I ever had to have that piece of equipment read, it would be too late for me. I was not going to be recovering. I walked away from my service in the Navy after 2 tours on the same submarine with a sense of leadership and respect and vigilance that was tied to this, understanding that, yes, I greatly respected the one that was real time because that would be the one that would direct me to act, but I had a respect for the other dosimeters as well. We had a number of great invisible threats, not just the pressure of the sea and the radiation, but there was also a constant threat in terms of fire and flooding, not to mention seamounts and other vessels in the ocean. Similarly, a comparison could be made to food safety. Many of these are also invisible threats. When you start looking at failures in hygiene, sanitation, pest and rodent control, when you start looking at pathogens and allergens, your pathogens, E. coli, salmonella, etc., all having different characteristics and different factors impacting their safety. We start looking at temperature control. We start looking at so many different factors that we have to understand that in the eyes of the consumer, these are also invisible risks. So why did I bring up the submarine example? Well, I would never want to have relied on the catastrophic level radiation monitoring because, again, if that was what I paid attention to, it would be too late for me. And yet too many times when we look at examples of outbreaks and recalls, we don't hear about them, and we don't hear about companies taking responsibility until people have already been harmed. It's as if there's an ignoring of the real-time and the accurate but slightly less than real-time data inputs and a reliance on the more catastrophic input of data. We have to wonder, what does this mean? We have to look at our role of technology. And very much like Batman's bat belt, his utility belt, all the tools that Batman has, there's so many for us to look at. We have artificial intelligence, machine learning, we have IoT, we've talked about blockchain for a good decade now. But what good is it if we wait until it's too late? Batman can have all those tools, but if he doesn't use any of them until it's too late to be effective, he might as well not even have those tools. We have to look at the idea of what does it mean for us to have all this technology and we're relying on it to meet certain key positive indicators, and we look at it in terms of return on investment, but if we only use a lot of this data in terms of recording or reporting events as opposed to acting proactively, that becomes problematic. Earlier this morning, we heard from Dr. Hawks about so many different factors that are impacting our global food supply. And quite honestly, Dubai is a great example of where a global food supply comes to being partnered with technology and what can be learned from that. One of the biggest things I want to point out is that your strongest tool when it comes to technology is having empowered, prepared, and willing people that are using these pieces of technology. And to me, when I look at leadership as a journey, if you will. Navigating a legacy, sure, that's great, but I think one of the greatest ways we can look at navigating a legacy as a leader in food safety, as someone who is embracing technology, is this idea of shifting from compliance to compliance plus commitment. It's one thing to be in compliance and check the boxes. It's one thing to be protecting your brand reputation, but with commitment, now we start talking about protecting our consumers, protecting families, and protecting children. And the crazy thing is that the two are not necessarily that far from each other. If you are protecting your consumers, you are protecting your brand reputation. You are protecting your brand. You are building your legacy. You are navigating that journey, if you will, from compliance to commitment. But along the way, we have to realize that technology alone is not going to take care of ethics. It's not going to make you any more ethical. Technology is not going to build a food safety culture at your workplace or across your various stakeholders. This is the role of leadership. Leaders need to be built. They need to be cultivated. They need to be validated. They need to be nurtured around technology. Some of these examples I've seen over the last several years are where leaders will adopt technology, but they're going to use it for goals that don't necessarily align with food safety. If you're going to adopt tools and technology and predictive analytics and data and AI to work with food safety, don't then turn around and use it for goals that have nothing to do with food safety. Another major problem I've seen is the funding for this technology. If you're using risky investments or sources of funds to invest in these technologies, that is not going to be a long-term plan that's going to be sustainable. The last thing I want to point out with this, before I move on, is the idea of responsibility. We know what responsibility is, but what's crazy is we have different interpretations of responsibility. One of the lessons I learned when I was on a submarine in the Navy, back a long time ago, came from an admiral who said, responsibility is a unique concept. You may share it with others, but your portion is not diminished. You may delegate it, but it is still with you. If responsibility is rightfully yours, no evasion, no ignorance or passing the blame can shift the burden to someone else. I could be talking about any industry here, but in terms of food safety, this is one of the reasons why we ask the questions, are the people in charge of food safety at the boardroom table? Because there seems to be a lot of decisions that are being made and they're not necessarily consulting with the food safety folks. Later on this afternoon, over here in Hall A, I'm going to be talking about why one of my least favorite words when it comes to food safety is the word isolated. It drives me crazy when people try to minimize the problem, because in my mind, they're minimizing their responsibility. And when responsibility is minimized, what does this look like? Let me give you an example. I was very honored 10 years ago, in 2015, in this very room, to have had my son's photo included in a video montage at the beginning of the opening session for the 2015 Dubai International Food Safety Conference. Riley was the fourth and final child to die in 1993 during this landmark foodborne illness outbreak tied to fast food restaurants. Learning about the consequences of food safety on your child's deathbed is the absolute worst place to learn about this. What's even worse is he never ate the food that got him sick. He got sick from another child in his daycare class who did eat the food and became sick. We learned in 1993 about not only the consequences of eating contaminated food, but the idea of person-to-person contact. At the time of this outbreak, the CEO of that company literally on television said he knew that their company was breaking the law in terms of violating the minimum safe cooking temperature for those hamburger patties. And yet they went ahead and did it anyway because they were more concerned about how fast food was getting out to consumers. That decision, that lapse in ultimate responsibility to protecting consumer directly led to the death of my son. And I've spent the last 32 years as someone who knows far too real of the consequences of the cost of doing nothing until it's too late. You know, Dubai, along with all the people representing different nations here today, reflect the idea that we have a very globalized food supply system. And as it becomes more globalized, we have faster access, we have more choices, we have more seasonality of certain foods. There are many positives. But one thing we have to always remember is that with this greater global supply chain, it becomes much more fragile. The margin of error shrinks the more global we get. We have to consider that when we look at how we're using technology. 32 years since my sons died, and I get emails, phone calls, messages from families whose child is in a hospital, from parents who bury a child. And whatever the situation is, wherever they're located, whatever the age, whatever the pathogen, whatever the cause is, the most consistent thread throughout this fabric is a question. And it's always a variation of this. It's 2025. With all the technology that we have, why is this happening? Why didn't someone stop this? Why are we finding out about this now when it's too late? We have to realize that the impacts are far greater. And it's not just those who get sick and recover or those who get sick and die. A very large portion of people who get sick, they may recover, they may be discharged from the hospital, but they are not discharged from the lifelong medical complications that came about because someone acted too late, because someone's leadership had a gap when it came to responsibility. So think about the idea of 3 dosimeters, if you will, in your job as a leader. Are you going to listen to the real-time indicators? Are you going to search for the most accurate indicators? Or are you going to rely solely on the most critical ones, the ones that are telling you that it's too late, but look what's happened? What does that look like? Those are those headlines. Those are the notices from the federal government. Those are the notices out that your consumers are seeing in terms of, you're just learning about this, and by the way, 10 people are dead. You're just learning about this, and by the way, all these different locations are impacted. All these stores are impacted. All these brands are impacted. And you're leaving people to scramble to look at the idea of, is this in their home right now? We look at the idea of leadership, and you have to take into consideration that it is a journey from purely compliance to being committed to food safety. This is where vigilance, where courage, where clarity, and even humility become a significant portion of the most important tools in your tool belt, if you will, when it comes to technology. Technology can extend our reach, but it cannot take the place of true leadership, nor can technology take the place of culture. The promise of technology should never take the place of the purpose of leadership. So what do we need? The future of food safety is not solely smarter technology. It comes from technologies in the hands of those who are smarter stewards. It is the stewardship. It is the partnership, if you will, between leaders and their teams and the technology that their teams are using. It might be fun to imagine yourself on a submarine. It might be interesting to imagine yourself in many different situations, but I don't think anyone ever wants to imagine what it's like to live with a chair forever empty at their family table. But in closing, I'll point out that I know there are so many people in this room that truly are great leaders who value courage, clarity, and vigilance along with that responsibility, and they never delegate responsibility and take it solely off of their shoulders. Thank you very much.
Really emphasizing that important issue of responsibility. Why didn't somebody stop this? And as he said, you are the leaders, and vigilance is required. Think to the theft in the Louvre in Paris. Artifacts taken before people's very eyes. Now, every mystery leaves evidence. In the Louvre case, maybe a little bit too much. But continuing with our Batman analogy, if Batman had been there, he would have stopped that theft, but he wouldn't have stopped it after the fact. He'd have stopped it before it even happened. Now, imagine that level of vigilance, not for priceless artifacts, but for the world's largest food and beverage company. Now, there, you really do need a superhero. So let's meet our second Batman, and that is Nestlé's Global Head of Food Safety, John Donaghy. Give him a very, very warm hand of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Isabel. I think it's the first time I've ever been introduced as a superhero or as Batman, but thanks all the same. And a big thanks to the Dubai municipality for the invite to come to present here once again. It's always a privilege to come to such a prestigious event in relation to food safety. But today I brought along a friend, and keeping in touch with the theme of Batman. Batman had Ace, his Bat Hound, to help him in operations. We have got Spot the robot. I know we're not too imaginative in Nestlé with regards to naming of our dogs, but Spot is the name of our companion in operations that we use to help us with prediction and prevention. My presentation today, as you saw in the title, is about forensics after food safety failures. It's too late when we have failures, so we invest a lot of time and energy to try to have better means of predicting and preventing. And Spot here, and I'll just show you a little film, will actually show you some of the activities that Spot carries out on a daily basis across our factories to try to predict and prevent some food safety issues. Okay, so that is Spot, and Spot is in a number of our factories, and if you actually even Google Spot and Google Boston Scientific, you will see a lot of our industry peers are also using similar type of robots that actually can, inspect and examine, let's say, key parameters within our factories. Spot is equipped with sensors, heat sensors, equipped with cameras, etc. I'm trying to persuade the owners of Spot to put an arm, or maybe it should be a paw, so it can actually start swabbing and testing in our factories as well. You imagine this Spot goes around your factory and does automatic swabbing. This is the future. However, despite all of the predictive capabilities and the prevention capabilities, unfortunately, food safety failures occurs on a very regular basis, as Darren has just said, and it's too late when they happen. And these things are truly tragic. And I just took a clip of 4 of the ones that have just happened in October that have been reported or are ongoing during October. These are major failures. You will see there's now a large report of a multi-country outbreak of salmonella relating to tomatoes in Italy. You will see in Germany there is a massive outbreak ongoing with 300 to 400 people sick. A number of those people have developed kidney failure, and there's been some deaths. In the US, across the pond, there's a large Listeria monocytogenes ongoing as we speak, relating to pasta and all of the dishes that pasta has been used in for Listeria monocytogenes. Again, a large number of people sick, too many people sick. And also, alongside the US, we have the Canadian authorities, and anybody who's been watching the news, especially around food safety since August, there's been recall after recall relating to pistachios and salmonella. So food safety failures occur on a regular basis, despite all of the tools, as Darren said, that we do try to put in place to prevent it. However, when they do happen, we do need tools to investigate these. And I can guarantee you that every one of those 4 events and any other food safety failures will be using one of those tools known as whole genome sequencing. And whole genome sequencing is one of the tools, forensic tools, I'm going to talk about today, along with metagenomics. These are probably 2 of the most advanced molecular biology tools that are currently available and be used to investigate many foodborne illness cases. Whole genome sequencing and metagenomics starts from a basic feature, and that is you take a sample, and that sample may be from a raw material, it may be from a factory, it may be from a finished product, or it may be from a patient. Whole genome sequencing means that you have to isolate the pathogen, so you have to have a culture, and then you analyze its DNA to see if it's similar or different from another one that you've isolated. On the other hand, metagenomics takes all of the DNA from the sample, doesn't try to isolate the culture, but it actually looks at the full population or the ecology of the DNA or the organisms within that sample. Sometimes sometimes there's confusion around metagenomics and whole genome sequencing. I try to do the analogy, it's like walking into a library and saying, what sort of books do we have? Romance, fact, fiction, history. That's what metagenomic tells you. What is the different types of books you have? Whereas whole genome sequencing will take 2 books out of one of those sections. It's got the same author, the same title, the same number of chapters, but it'll be able to tell you the difference in a number of words in one sentence in that book. So that's the precision that whole genome sequencing offers. And that is the tools that are now widely used to investigate any foodborne illness. And I'll describe both of these in a little bit more detail and give you some examples or where we have actually used those. So when there is a foodborne illness like the 4 that I just discussed, generally what happens is people report themselves sick or go to a doctor or go to a hospital. There will be a pathogen perhaps isolated from their stool sample, blood sample or whatever. That will generally be sequenced. Then they will ask those people, what have you ate or have you ate a certain product over the last number of days or weeks? They will then go to that product and try to see if they can find the same isolate, and that is by and then they will sequence it, and by whole genome sequencing, if there is a match between the organism that caused the illness and the same organism has been found identical in the product, and they've got good epidemiology to make the link, then generally it is case closed and the problem is solved, and then that product is taken off the market. And that's generally how the recalls will end. You'll see an epidemiological curve which peaks, and then when the product is recalled, then the illnesses stop. So what I've just described is what authorities generally do. So a regulator will do whole genome sequencing now in the case of any suspected foodborne illness. However, I'm a strong believer that industry should use the same tools to get ahead of the curve. It is too late when there's an outbreak, when there's a recall, when there's illnesses or fatalities, as Darren has just said. That is far too late. Industry has to get ahead of the curve and actually do that with their own isolates that they may detect in the raw material coming in or perhaps even in their manufacturing sites. And that brings us a lot of advantages from an industry perspective by using whole genome sequencing. It allows to focus on good root cause analysis because we know exactly the same organism has been found in spot A versus spot B. It allows us to improve our corrective actions and our corrections. It allows to investigate our own laboratory practice as well, because quite often when an issue arises in a factory and there is a report from a laboratory to say we have found a positive, the first question generally the factory will ask, are you sure? Because they suspect it may be a false positive. Whole genome sequencing is able to rule those out as well. And if you have a false positive, for example, the factory may take a lot of corrective actions for an unnecessary reason. They may stop the line, they may dismantle the line, they do a lot of extra testing. So this saves on waste and analytical costs by doing whole genome sequencing. It also builds supplier trust, because if you find a strain that's in your factory and you know it came from a particular supplier, you can work with that supplier for him to get rid of the pathogen that's in the upstream supply chain. And also can improve your environmental monitoring that you're actually doing in your factory. So it will tell you better, look, I've got a strain that's persistent, I've got a strain that is resident in my factory and is difficult to get rid of, or it's a tourist. It may be just coming in occasionally in a raw material. I do my cleaning, sanitation, I get rid of it, and it disappears. It also helps me to verify, has my laboratory good laboratory practices? There's not mixing up its positive control or its proficiency sample with the real sample that is testing on my behalf. So this is the power that whole genome sequencing offers for the industry. Now I'll take you through 2 or 3 examples to illustrate the benefits, not only from a food safety point of view, but also from a financial perspective as well. Because sometimes people say it's very difficult to do whole genome sequencing, it's a very expensive technology. What's the return on investment? I'll show you one example of where we have had shown return on investment by doing whole genome sequencing. But this was a situation in a culinary factory. We have detected a number of Salmonella mandaka. So that's a serotype, Salmonella mandaka. It's okay, you serotype it, and that's one means of typing, but you have no idea where it came from. You have no idea are they the same or not. But whole genome sequencing can actually give you a lot more detail. And when we sequenced the Salmonella mandakas that we had, with this precision of whole genome sequencing, we were able to see we had distinctly different Salmonella mandakas. So at one level, they looked the same, but when we whole genome sequencing, they looked very different. That allowed us to do a root cause analysis, and we went and investigated with one of our suppliers. They did swabbing on their lines. They found Salmonella mandaka. We sequenced their strain. We sequenced the ones we had from our factory, and they turned out to be the same. So it was clear that the Salmonella mandaka, the main one we were finding in our factory, was coming from one of our suppliers in a particular raw material. Before this, when we didn't have whole genome sequencing, we would have been going to all suppliers, suspecting them all, doing a lot more testing to see who's bringing it in, who's not. But the granularity of whole genome sequencing gives a lot more detail for the root cause analysis. This was another factory of ours. This is a chilled and frozen factory. And anybody who works in chilled and frozen factories will know that Listeria monocytogenes is extremely difficult to manage and control in a chilled and frozen factory. So we would get in a lot of chilled, frozen raw materials. We had a collection of Listeria monocytogenes over the years. And we started to sequence some of those to see why were we having difficulty. Sometimes this Listeria monocytogenes would end up in product contact surface. Sometimes it would end up in our finished product, which we had to dispose of. So we sequenced a lot of the whole genome sequence, or a lot of the Listeria monocytogenes we had. 90% of them were coming from the same piece of equipment. There was a few stray ones, which probably came in just on some of the raw materials, but 90% of the Listeria monocytogenes that we had in our collection came from one piece of equipment when we sequenced them by whole genome sequencing. So clearly, our corrective action was we got rid of the piece of equipment because hard as we tried, we could not clean or sanitize this piece of equipment. It was old, it was poorly designed, so the only way to get rid of it, we get rid of the equipment, we install new hygienically designed equipment, we get rid of our Listeria monocytogenes problem. And it all started because we were able to do whole genome sequencing. One of the things that I mentioned at the very beginning was about good laboratory practices, and the question when you have a result, a positive from a laboratory, you always say, are you sure? Because did you mix up your positive control? Did you mix up your proficiency test sample? Did you mix up the positive that you were testing for someone the day before with my sample? And this is always a big concern for laboratories. And we have started now, over the years, doing a lot more whole genome sequencing when we find a positive. So a laboratory reports a positive, the first thing generally we will do is say, let me sequence your positive control, let me sequence the proficiency test sample, and let me sequence the sample, the Salmonella or Listeria or Chronobacter that you think you've got out of our product. And when we sequence those, I can tell you probably in double-digit figures, the root cause has been laboratory cross-contamination. So this is something which is not to be underestimated. I'll give you another example. When I mentioned about the financial benefit, we had a factory in one particular country, and for that factory to export products, the government laboratory have to test our product in order for us to export them. So it tests our product, and it finds Salmonella typhimurium. So they report back that our finished product is contaminated with Salmonella typhimurium. We go down the route I just mentioned, and I say, what positive control do you use? Because they were a bit concerned as well, because they know from this factory of ours, we have never had a Salmonella in 20 years, and suddenly we find 2 or 3 in one lot. So this was quite unusual. We say, what positive control do you use? And they said, we use Salmonella tranora. Very good, it's a rare strain, shouldn't be in any food product, but they found typhimurium. So we sequenced both of them, and they turn out to be Salmonella tranora and Salmonella typhimurium. All good. You think, okay, it's not a mix-up with a positive control. However, the Salmonella typhimurium that we found is the exact same as the positive control that we use in our own private laboratory in the same country. So then you have to put on your detective hat and you say, how could a government laboratory find Salmonella typhimurium, which we use as a positive control in our laboratory? Now, my first instinct was that particular laboratory of ours sends all the sampling utilities, so all the containers, all the scoops to take the sample. Did our laboratory send, along with the scoops, Salmonella typhimurium? So our guys in the factory added in the finished product, sent it to the government laboratory, and the government laboratory found our Salmonella typhimurium. This was the first hypothesis. However, we had a very vigilant person in the laboratory who started to look at the certificates of analysis coming from the laboratory, from the government laboratory. And they said, we noticed 3 months ago you used Salmonella typhimurium as a positive control. You didn't, on the COA, it said the positive control was not Tranoria, but actually it was typhimurium. And they said, we don't use Salmonella typhimurium too often, but we do use it occasionally if there's no Tranoria available. So we sequenced their positive control, and it was the exact same as what they found in our product, and the exact same as the positive control that we had in our laboratory. Clearly, both the laboratories bought the same positive control, but the government laboratory testing had mixed it up and reported as a positive in our sample. We were able to release that material, 3 million, I'll not say the currency, but 3 million worth of the currency we would normally 5 years ago put to landfill. So when people talk about the return on investment for whole genome sequencing, and I can give you many similar examples when a so-called false positive can appear in laboratories. So when people talk about being apprehensive about whole genome sequencing, and some industry are, but laboratories also have to be apprehensive, because now whole genome sequencing can expose weaknesses in good laboratory practice in laboratories. And then, of course, for whole genome sequencing, you need a good database, because this is what CDC, FDA do. There's a database called Genome Tracker, which contains nearly 2 million sequenced pathogens, Salmonella, Listeria, S-Tech, Chronobacter, etc. When there is and they collect that, they build that database from clinical samples. When they go into factories and do audits and take swabs and have findings, they put them in the database. Other laboratories around the world submit strains to the Genome Tracker. So there's almost like a global database of pathogen fingerprints available in Genome Tracker. And other countries, Europe is now building the exact same, and many industries are also building their own databases. So when a finding takes place at border control or in a factory, they go to the database and say, does this match anything we have in the database? And so you can make a link with foodborne illness in the past or currently ongoing. So this is also a big advantage of WGS. And sometimes industry gets concerned about this because of the fact that it could relate to historical cases. Then I moved just very quickly to metagenomics. Remember I said metagenomics is going into the library and looking to see the sections. Do I have romance, fiction, fact? history, geography, what is in my sample. It's not about isolating a pathogen, but it's actually looking to see what is in my sample. And I say this is a little bit like in the past, food, this was used for clinical microbiomes. So people who had Crohn's disease, they go in and take a biopsy of their Crohn's patient versus a normal gut, and they do metagenomics, the microbiome, and they could tell the difference between the population, the microbial population that's in a diseased gut versus a non-diseased gut. We can do the exact same for food samples. We actually compare before and after. So before I clean, what does my surface look like? What organisms are there? After I clean, what organisms are there? If I do the same on my raw materials, I can say, this material only gives me this profile of DNA. Suddenly I change season or I change supplier. Why has my profile changed? This is the advantage of metagenomics. It gives you a microbial ecology representation of whatever sample you were testing for. We have used this in earnest for spoilage. And I give you an example here. This is sweetened condensed milk. It's supposed to be sweetened condensed milk. We had spoiled cans like this, so the can gets spoiled, it's coagulated, and the question is, what caused it to spoil, and where did the failure occur? This is for a quality issue, not a food safety issue. When you usually have a few suspects when you're doing spoilage investigations, but you couldn't culture anything. It gives you nothing. Nothing grows on your agar plates because the pH of the spoiled sample has dropped so much, nothing survives, it autolyses. But you do metagenomics and it tells you clearly the dominant population is one particular organism, which you could not recover by normal culture methods. And this immediately tells you, oh, now I know the culprit, I know what has caused my spoilage, now I can go away and look, because it's a spore former or it's a thermal resistant organism, I know what to look for in terms of the root cause analysis afterwards. So metagenomics has a lot of potential as well. Another example where we use metagenomics is during cleaning. A lot of times when in factory you will do cleaning and sanitation, but sometimes biofilms are left behind. We've all heard of biofilms. This is a thin layer of microorganisms that can grow in a sort of an ecological system, and live together, but are not really removed by cleaning. When we look at our cleaning results, it looks clean, my water runs clear, there's nothing left, it looks clean. But what we have done is you add an enzyme to that particular cleaning system. The enzyme breaks up the biofilm. You do metagenomics on that material and you'll see all the organisms start to appear. It's because the enzymes that you've added during your cleaning breaks up a biofilm, and then you see the new population being exposed. So sometimes you're saying, why am I constantly getting spoilage? Look, my cleaning seems to be working okay, but it hasn't worked okay, but metagenomics can show you how robust your cleaning is. So really, to summarize, I've talked about two different technologies, whole genome sequencing and metagenomics. Whole genome sequencing is used everywhere now. For every foodborne illness outbreak, no matter where it is, developed countries, whole genome sequencing will be done when there's a foodborne illness. It is now used widely in industry as well. We were probably one of the first food manufacturers to start using it for real, probably about 10, 12 years ago. But now lots of the large food manufacturing industries do it, either themselves or they do it in a third-party laboratory. It is a very mature technology. There used to be complaints to say it's not very mature, not very standardized. There is now an ISO standard that tells you exactly how to do it. So there's no excuse for saying it's not well standardized. Metagenomics is a lesser mature technology, and it's more about potential rather than actually big applications. But we have shown on a number of occasions how it can be used for diagnostics, for example, in quality issues. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to take questions if there is any time or time later.
so much to John there, because what did he highlight? He highlighted the importance of this forensic work and all that detective kind of inspection that's taking place behind the scenes. But you know what sometimes slows things down if we get back to our Batman, is that Batman has to go back to his Batcave. Sometimes he has to go back to his Batcave to do all that analysis. So what if our superhero could now do this right on the spot? So let's turn our attention away now from Gotham City and maybe get Batman to look at what's happening in San Francisco. And that is at Spectacular Labs and the somewhat intriguingly titled Labless Lab. So do welcome its CEO, Arthur Montazeri.
Hello, and thank you, Isabel, for that warm introduction. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Bobby and Mohammed and the entire organizing team at the Dubai Municipality for bringing so many leaders to this field. And I also want to show off a little bit of Arabic that I learned earlier. Shukran لبلدية دبي على دعوة الكريمة. Thank you. I'm guessing I did good. Somehow this feels local, even though I'm about 8,000 miles away from home, from San Francisco. And Jasper, my 3-year-old son, got to see Burj Khalifa yesterday, so I won the Dad of the Year award immediately. I just wanted to say also that this goes on to show that food testing is truly a global endeavor. As John was talking about it earlier, it's something that everybody, everywhere cares and crosses all the borders. I'm Arthur, CEO and co-founder of Spectacular Labs. By training, I'm a physicist, so Darren, I relate to your nuclear physics reference. I spent a number of years at the US Department of Energy, ran Lawrence Berkeley National Lab in Berkeley, looking at developing new systems for studying microbiology. And for the past 5 years, my team and I at Spectacular Labs have been working on developing the next generation of testing systems, which allow you to do what labs typically take several days, 2 to 10 days, within a matter of hours. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. So the focus of my talk today and what I'm excited to talk about today is time. It's not complex systems. It's not even pathogens, but time, and how time changes, getting answers faster changes, being proactive and responsive rather than having to constantly chase the problem. Every minute that's lost, the problem gets bigger and grows more. And every minute that you gain gives you the head start to be able to get ahead of the problem and contain it. I think did I get the clicker from somebody? It's on the podium. There we go. Luckily, there's only one button. There we go. It's the last button. Great. We all know that outbreaks happen. That's just the reality of things. But what is avoidable, and frankly, to Darren's point, inexcusable, is how slow and reactive we are in responding to problems that happen, to containing them, and to detect them in a way that we're proactive and not reactive. In a world of automation, in a world of performance that we try to squeeze out every minute from each problem, we're left with a situation where testing at centralized labs takes 2 to 10 days. That's not an acceptable thing. And the legacy centralized lab systems depend on, by design, a long chain of processes that require you to collect the sample, send the sample to a third-party lab, and it takes a very long time. You're always testing an older batch. And the way I think about it is like trying to make your decisions based on yesterday's newspaper. By the time the story hits your desk, it's already several days late. And that's definitely not the way you want to be able to run your business. As a food safety manager, and everyone in the food safety industry, it's a very frustrating thing to always be chasing problems rather than being ahead of that. So the number of steps that things require in the food testing lab will make you always dependent on the FedEx package not getting lost, the biologist not being sick, samples not being mixed up in a third-party lab. I've yet to meet someone who's not thrilled at the prospect of getting the same lab quality results within hours. This is, of course, I should advance the slides. This is, of course, the dreaded uncertainty gap. It's the gap between the time that you take the sample and you get your results back. This dead zone is where risk grows, and it's amplified. Because you're betting your results on a sample result that came back, but it's already several days old, you're never able to be secure about how things are actually in real time happening in your systems. The reassurance is already dated. A negative test doesn't really mean that everything is well, because a negative test points out to how the problem was, or there is no problem, several days ago. We all know food production facilities. John showed that beautiful robotic from Boston Dynamics where things are always alive, things are always happening at food production facilities. It's not a time capsule. And a positive response is even worse, because the positive response hypothetically means that the lab worked, the third-party lab worked. But because it's so dated, when it comes back, you're chasing a wild goose, trying to find out what the root cause problem is. Anyone who's been involved in a swabathon knows that anyone and everyone is swabbing anything and everything, trying to find out what the root cause is. And then you send those samples to a third-party lab, and the results come back again 2 to 10 days later, and then you're not sure exactly what's going on. You're always one step behind the problem. And that costs shelf life. That costs a lot of food that's being wasted. And it costs a lot of productivity and certainly a lot of sleep for food producers. But what happens when you shorten the time to results? What happens if you can get the same lab quality results that would typically take several days within a matter of hours? The only real advantage when it comes to food safety is speed. The closer you get to seeing how things are happening in your food facility, the better you're equipped to be dealing with the problems if they arise. And of course, if they don't arise, that's even better. In other words, the closer you are to getting real-time results, the safer every link, every chain within your food facilities are. As Darren said, nothing is ever isolated. You want to make sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible. And the benefits show up everywhere. It reduced risk, less chance of recalls, fewer failure points, and of course, less waste. Directly translates into the bottom line. But as I hope that I have made this abundantly clear, the real element of reducing food safety and knowing what your risk is trust, is gaining the trust that everything is working well in your facility, and you can sleep better. The real outcome, and that means you can trust your data, you can trust your people, you can trust your processes, and ultimately you trust the food that you're putting out into the world if you're a food producer. And in my opinion, it's critical, and a critical expression of respect. It's a critical expression of respect for the food that you're producing and putting out into the world, your own organization, and that of your customers. Trust staying with the theme of the conference, is your superpower. And with all this, what I'm excited to actually tell you about is how Spectacular Labs has developed a system that reduces the time to results from samples that would typically get days to hours. Same day testing, same day results, same thing that you would have gotten from a regular lab is now at your fingertips. It's a powerful addition to any manufacturer, food producer, and any production line. It's so simple that anyone can use it, and it's designed with one core mission in mind. It is designed to reduce the time for you to get a real molecular test that you get from a third-party lab, not in days, but the same day. And there would be definitely something that you could utilize in the food production facility. And if I may ask our Catwoman of the conference to summon the, thank you, in full mask gear, to summon the Spectacular One device. Thank you kindly. Here is a device that is very simple. This is a single unit device. I'm just going to put it down here and continue talking. That is the Night Watch gadget that allows you to be able to run the same testing that a third-party lab would give you. Welcome. Let me see if I can get this to work. Welcome to Spectacular Labs. It's the only full workflow lab-grade molecular test, meaning that it doesn't cut any corners, allows full enrichment and testing that's safe to run at the food production facility. And I have a cartridge in my back pocket. This is what the cartridge looks like, if I can get it out with one hand. May have to leave my notes down for a second. This is what the cartridge looks like. It's a small cartridge. It's a hermetically sealed unit. Temperature, room temperature stable. You don't have to have cold storage to be able to keep this, as most molecular tests require. It solves some of the issues that John mentioned just before me, that labs create cross-contamination. This is a sealed cartridge. Nothing goes in and out of it. It has a built-in sterilization, so once the sample is actually done and enrichment is complete, before the box opens and allows you to take the cartridge out, it does an auto-sterilization, so it's safe for you to take out. And it has a little sample holder aliquoting a tiny bit of enrichment if you would like to do whole genome sequencing after, or do any sort of confirmation testing. This Spectacular device turns your facility into a certified testing lab. You can actually get certificate of analysis directly from the box. It's a black box. Everything happens inside it, and everything that happens inside it is controlled and documented and fully traceable. All the hard work that happens uses engineering behind the scenes for you, automation, AI-enabled cloud connectivity and all that, for you to be able to get your results within hours and not days. And Spectacular works seamlessly with your ERP system, with your LIMS system. It allows you to, if you wish, share that data with anyone within your production and logistical chain. So when the result comes back and it's negative, your samples are ready to go. You're welcome, of course, to take a snapshot of the QR code to see our portal in action if you wish. I'll show you a snapshot in a second if you don't wish to do that. And it gives you a certificate of analysis directly from the portal. And it shows you your results in real time as things are happening. And within the last couple months, we've added 4G connectivity. So in case wireless is not available at your facility, you can directly have those results sent by 4G or 5G. I'm excited to show you a quick snapshot of things to come in 2026. AOAC validation of all of our assays, of course. But it is possible to reduce the test time from even 1 day to first 8 hours within one shift, and then the 2 hours without cheating the biology. You can push cells to divide faster than they do, but it is possible to reduce that enrichment time to about 2 hours and still get very accurate results. That's the thing we're working on. Higher throughput for producers who do several hundreds of samples a day, and large sample sizes. Some people pull samples together, or others require samples to be of 375 grams in about a gallon of enrichment. Dubai is leading food safety and future food safety, very forward-looking. Of course, everyone else here who's from any food safety requiring food production facilities, manufacturing, we're interested to speak with you. We would love to connect with you. My information is on the screen. Feel free to ask any questions and come see me after. Thank you very much. It's been very exciting to present here.
Thank you very much. And you can just see how fast technology is moving when you see that labless lab. And, what about the factories of the future? How are they going to be upgraded? What's our new back cave going to look like? So let's fast forward now to those factories of the future. And we're going to explore the cutting-edge technologies transforming how our food is made. Now, Ralph Giron is a true innovator, and he is revolutionizing, no less, the food industry. Please give him a very warm hand of applause. Welcome.
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you to the Dubai municipality for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Last time I was in Dubai was in, I think, 2008, and you've all been very busy. I tell you, it's really impressive to be here, so thank you. What I'm going to talk to you today about is a very narrow opportunity, I think, to really rethink how foods for special dietary use are produced in factories. When you look at that system, and I'm going to go through this a bit, you're going to see the complexity, but also the opportunity with a very simple, well-known technology to be applied in a different way can make a massive difference. Now, this is me a number of years ago. I used to lead innovation for a major company, and CFOs have a tough job in the food industry. The food industry is under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of raw material cost changes and difficulty. So what tends to happen is that because of the financial pressure, food companies, the innovation is usually pretty incremental. It's about line extensions and things like that on the product side. I'm not talking about it on the food safety side. But there's an opportunity for major food manufacturers to work with a very vibrant food startup community. When you look at the needs and the real needs out there, it's not like we need another flavor of this or whatever. There's roughly half the world's population is either obese, overweight, or malnourished. So there's massive, massive room and requirement for innovation. And that's why I started the company. After I left, I worked for Mars for 32 years. I was the head of innovation. And when I left Mars, I wanted to get involved in the impact side of business. And I started a company called Rivals. So, I don't know if any of you have ever, I'm old enough to have had one of these phones. And they were very good, though. The batteries lasted a lot longer. So the brand that I started is a snack food company called Rivals. this is the product that we do. And the goal is really to reinvent snacking in a way that's authentically nutritious. I'm not talking about it's made with avocado oil. I'm talking about real high protein that's bioavailable, lower glycemic index, sodium levels that are not over the top. And we started the company, and this is really interesting because I went to the Sacramento School District in the United States, in California, and I spoke to the head of nutrition. And having spent a career at a great company, I had a very good network of expertise, whether it was universities, pilot plants, laboratories. And I went to them and I said, look, if I could do anything for you, what would it be? What could we do to make school feeding easier for the Sacramento School District? And she shot back. She's a very smart lady. She said to me, she goes, do you know what the favorite part of a salad is for kids in school? And I said, I had no idea. You know, I was thinking maybe the tomatoes, or maybe if they put blueberries in it or something like that. And she said, no, it's the croutons. Can you make me a healthy crouton? So that's what we did. We made a healthy crouton. And that crouton had 5 grams of protein in a serving. It had 3 or 4 grams of fiber. And we fortified it, and it was made with legumes. And in the school system, it counted as 1 meat equivalent. And typically these things, when you're dealing with school systems, it usually takes long to get your product in because there's a lot of bureaucracy and things like that. But then the Folsom School District in California saw it. The Irvine School District saw it and took it in. Then the LA School District, which is the 2nd largest in the United States, took it in. And then now we're in 16 school districts serving 2 million kids a day. But how do we do our work is really the key, and why are we efficient? And what we really have done is we put data and analytics at the center of our design process, right? So we look at the physical properties of raw materials and the processing conditions with an emphasis on extrusion. That's really our core competence. And then we look at drivers of health, things like anti-nutritionals, things like protein bioavailability. We also look at acrylamide production, which is an unfortunate byproduct occasionally of extrusion. And then we look at what is motivating the consumer from an experiential point of view. And then we also look at category norms. So I try to understand what are the characteristics of a product in a category that work for people, and we try to integrate all this data. We use things like computational fluid flow dynamics. We look at response surface methodologies, and of course we're looking at machine learning. So all of this is used, and I'd say the most valuable thing in my company isn't the products that we make. It really is the universal database that we've created. So as we were doing all this work, we had friends that we had worked with for a number of years, Bob Baker in particular, that was working at the World Food Program saying, hey, you know, you guys are very good at extrusion. Is there an opportunity for us to collaborate? Because we think, the World Food Program thought, that extruders would be a good way to make RUTFs. So the problem with the existing way of making products, which are there's a number of foods for special dietary use, but the problem is that specially formulated foods are great options in the humanitarian space. They've done wonders. The impact these products have made is incredible. But they're batch processes, they're inefficient, there's sometimes limited nutritional control, they're not super flexible and from a raw material basis, and there's food safety risks. Sometimes there's a kill step, sometimes there's not a kill step, and they're not that efficient from a water usage and energy perspective. So really, the innovation is quite simple, but it hasn't been applied in the case of making these foods, especially the lipid nutrition supplements, or RUTFs. So I'm talking about a piece of equipment that I'm sure most of you have seen before, which is an extruder. It's a cooker extruder. And extruders are so robust. So many of our foods are made with extruders that you can plop these down locally in lots of regions, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to operate one of these. The complexity really comes about with what is happening inside the extruder. So it is a bit of a black box, and that's why we use data and analytics to understand what's going on. But the beauty of the extruder is that within one piece of equipment, you're generating a whole host of unit operations. So you're mixing, you're hydrating, you're cooking, you're shaping. If it's a farinaceous material, you're kneading it. So within one asset base. So that's the beauty of it. I think this video will give you a better idea of what I'm talking about. So this is a really nice over-the-top Buehler extruder. You wouldn't need this to make a ready-to-use therapeutic food, but I like the video. You can see that you have a screw. This happens to be a twin screw. The work we're doing with the World Food Program is on a single screw, so it's an even simpler device. And you have the heating section, and then you're extruding, and you get these pieces out. This is a snack food here. And then you can make things like pasta or noodles or extruded rice. So there's a whole host of products that could be made with this piece of equipment. So the benefits of extrusion are, number one, improved food safety, because you get a really great heat transfer. You have a great heat transfer step, and you can control the residence time. You can dose very accurately in an extruder, so you can improve the nutritional quality. You've got the benefits of it's a continuous process, and you have the versatility of being able to make a whole range of products. And that's the unlock. If you can make ready-to-use therapeutic foods, the plumpy nut type products on an extruder, that opens up for the manufacturer a whole range of products. So when they're not making plumpy nut, they could be making products that are relevant in their local market, which dramatically changes the business model. So we've done an analysis, and this is before we really, my company, invested heavily in the research around optimizing extrusion parameters. And we found that 30 to 50% of foods in a supermarket are made on an extruder. So that's why the versatility is profound. So Bob Baker of the World Food Program asked the question, what if you could make RUTFs on an extruder? Because once you can make an RUTF on an extruder, you unlock a whole host of products. So just to show you, this is a factory layout where this factory is hypothetical, but this is what we're working on in a phased approach. You can make the plumpy nuts or the RUTFs, you can make a super cereal, and you can make snacks that could be nutritious or just snacks for the marketplace. So what are the goals? The goals of the project that we're doing with the World Food Program are, number one is food safety. And then the flexibility that you get because of the technology that we're using. The efficiency, and also the fact that these extruders can be done in local regions. They're not a difficult asset to modify or repair. The approach that we're taking is Rivals, as I mentioned earlier, has a really good subject matter expert network. We work with multiple universities, we work with multiple labs, we have different pilot facilities around the country and outside of the country as well. And the idea here is that we wanted to develop a proof of concept, and we want to make the IP that we develop with the World Food Program, we want to make it publicly available. And then we want to deploy it through the OEMs that are producing these types of food. Now, what we're trying to do too, and I mentioned earlier, is that we'd like to collaborate with other big food industry players. We'd like to get an extrusion company involved. We'd like to get a vitamin company involved. So there's different equipment suppliers, and then also the manufacturers of these products, because honestly, Rivals is a small startup, and WFP is under a lot of stress for funding, so we'd like to raise money and work with others to collaborate to deliver this. It is actually absolutely doable. This is not rocket science. This is just doing the work. And we estimate we can scale this thing and get going for in about over a 4-year period for about $1 million. So this is the, I talked about the objectives. We're in phase 1 of this work, and right now it's Rivals in the center with the World Food Program sponsorship. The key asset base, again, is the extruder, and we'd like to get to phase 2, which is a validation and scalability, and then we'd like to go to alternate formats. What we'd like to do this all on is the same extruder, though, the same single barrel, single screw, very simple extruder to make all these products. So the goal for us, in addition to doing the work, is to move this from a Rivals World Food Program project to a consortium of active players that can really put some juice behind all the work. So the progress to date. In a past life, I had worked on extrusion. I started working on extrusion when I was in college, and I'm pretty old now, so it's been a long time that I've been working on extruders. And we did some work with St. John's in Bangalore. So Mars sponsored the work. We worked with St. John's in Bangalore, and we worked with UC Davis, and we did a clinical study with malnourished kids where we extruded labeled chickpea and labeled yellow pea. And what we were able to demonstrate through extrusion is that we significantly raised the bioavailability of the amino acids through extrusion. And we compared that to conventional methods of like the typical way of producing, cooking these products, which is through a pressure cooker and things like that. So we know that extrusion can be very powerful in improving the bioavailability of legumes protein. So some of the progress. So we've been able to work on a HERO RUTF or LNS, lipid nutrition supplement, and we've been able to establish the technical network of facilities that are working on this. I'd say we're more like 75% done with phase 1, and as I mentioned, we're seeking collaborators. We've been able to show 100% carry-through of the micronutrients, so we've got the kill step, which was the key thing, but in addition to getting the kill step, we didn't destroy all the vitamins. The other thing that we can do with the extruder too is that we could put through the extruder the most heat, the most microbially sensitive materials, and maybe not put all of the material through the extruder, like let's say the lipid part or things like that. We've demonstrated that we're not producing the acrylamide, and the anti-nutritionals like chymotrypsin and things like that, we've been able to knock those down. So this is a picture of one of the laboratories. We've been using three different laboratories to do this testing. This is one of the labs in North Carolina where we were able to on the left, you see the extrusion die. In the middle, you see the product coming out. We were very happy with the color. We got very good vitamin retention. The flavor, the texture, everything hit the norm. The most important thing is that thermometer there is we're getting the residence time and the kill step. So that was really key. We'd like to, this is a relatively small shooter. I mean, one of the things we'd like to do is raise the scale of this. So this is just, you know, the reminder that we're looking for partners to help us move this forward. And I mentioned starting out that we started the company Rivals to basically make an impact. And, you know, it's great that we're in 2 million kids a day get our product, and that's wonderful. And it's the engine that keeps the business going so that we could do things like this. But really to make the real impact, if the community that's making the LNS and the RUTFs were to adopt a technology that the World Food Program has pioneered with Rivals through extrusion, it would make a massive difference from a food safety perspective and a versatility perspective, and also provide the opportunity to localize production. So thank you very much.
And what qualities do superheroes have? Well, listen to this, because you've been hearing it just now, right here on the stage through all our speakers. They are courage. Another quality is integrity, compassion, and resilience. This is what we have in the room now. I'd like to invite somebody now to the stage who embodies all of those qualities, and that is Judy Sebastian. Now, she is a veteran of this conference, and this is your conference. So we want to find out what you're thinking, what you want to hear. So let's give her a big, warm hand of applause. Judy Sebastian.
Hello, everyone. Oh, come on. Hello, everyone. Hey, where are the party people at? Oh, there they are. I see them waving at me. Hi. All right. So you're probably wondering, what's this segment about? This is where we connect the stage to the audience. And I would love to learn more about what are some constraints that you're feeling as you implement new systems, new technology. Because when we talk about resources, you know, what they don't talk about is the amount of coffee that you will need at the end of it, right? So with me to support our conversation today, I have the wonderful Uma Chitra. Uma, would you like to wave to the audience? Can we have a round of applause for Uma, please? Thank you. Uma is our wonderful volunteer who will be supporting me today, because I would like to check in with you in the audience and ask this question. What would make you feel supported when you're implementing something new as it relates to technology? So I'll repeat the question. What will make you feel supported when you're implementing something new when it comes to technology? So go ahead and raise your hands if you're currently in the process of implementing a new process or software or platform, and Uma would love to hear from you. Unless we have experts in the room and they're like, shh, I'm a pro. I never face a challenge. Oh, we have one here, Uma.
I think without any training, I will fail.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
What's an example?
I am not a technology, but I am regulatory.
Mm-hmm.
So if we participated very well in regulation, I can implement it. But without any training for implementation, this regulation, I will fail.
Okay,
thank you.
That's a valid point. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause, everyone. Thank you for that feedback. And it's so relatable, because we don't know what we don't know, and unless we're trained in that and made aware of what's new and what's coming, You know, it gets difficult to implement. And let's be real, as adults, we really struggle with asking for help, don't we? Because we're perceived as individuals who know it all. Let's take one more response from the audience. Oh, and a gentleman in the front has a response. Thank you, Uma.
Okay,
would you like to introduce yourself?
my name is Ali, working from McDonald's. Okay, one of the things that make this question for me is the buy-in of the end user and the cross-functional team. They should work together in the same goal.
Absolutely. Thank you. And a lovely hand for our response right there, because I saw heads nod as we were hearing that. The end user, are we thinking about them as we roll out changes and implement new technology? So thank you, everyone, for participating in the conference and, you know, engaging with the content as well. We have one more fantastic session lined up. And for that, I'm going to pass the baton over back to Isabel, and we'll get rolling. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate the engagement and the energy over here. Thanks, Isabel.
Thank you. And thank you for participating, because it's so important. And if you haven't got on the app, get on the app, because that is where you can engage with all the sessions. There are polls taking place, but you can also talk to each other and hook up with speakers and attendees and a lot more. So if you haven't downloaded, do download the app. It's on Whova, W-H-O-V-A. Now, it was brilliant because we heard some of your needs there and what you're requiring. One really stood out for me, and that is training. Because people around the world need to know what is happening, especially when it comes to all these new technological tools. Back to Batman, I'm obviously a bit obsessed. For Batman to function, he needs to know what's happening in Gotham City. He's keeping everybody safe there. But, you know, that's only just one city. What if you're looking to the world? And we've heard from the FAO already, but that's what the FAO is doing. It's looking at every part of the world to make a meaningful impact for everyone in the toughest conditions, to make sure that they have access to safe food. So please do give a warm hand of applause to our last iteration of Batman, and that is Dr. Marcus Lipp, who is a senior food safety officer at
Yeah, hello everybody, and thank you for staying with me just before lunch, so it's never easy to do that. Let me begin with some numbers that might seem disconnected from food safety, but I hope you will see later on how they are relevant. In January this year, OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle announced the Stargate project, plan to invest $500 billion, $500 billion over 4 years in AI infrastructure in the United States alone. $500 billion, one AI company, one country, the US, in 4 years. And in the meanwhile, other companies, other AI companies have come up with similarly engaging plans and strong goals. To put this in perspective, we no longer count computing capacities by the number of chips. We count it in gigawatts. That's the output equivalent of a nuclear reactor. Stargate's initial target is 10 gigawatts of computing capacity, with projections potentially reaching 100 gigawatts globally. And here, in a similar striking fashion, the GDP growth of the first 6 months in the United States was driven by AI investments to an extent of 40 to 90% of the whole GDP growth, depending on how you count it. The growth of the world's largest economy is now substantially powered by investments in artificial intelligence. So why am I sharing these figures in a food safety conference? Because this acceleration, this extraordinary velocity of technological change is the context in which we now must address food safety globally. And I want us to think carefully, collectively, about what that means when some parts of the world are deploying gigawatts of AI infrastructure while others are struggling with basic laboratory capacities. The question posed to me today is, can technology and AI advance food safety in countries facing resource constraints, or will they lead to a bigger divide? I wish I could stand here with clear answers, but I cannot, not today. But I can share some uncomfortable tensions that we need to examine together, because the choices we make in the next few years will shape food systems and food equity for decades to come. Let me acknowledge the genuine promises first. AI could potentially revolutionize food safety. Predictive analytics for outbreak detection, rapid contamination identification, supply chain monitoring, automated inspection systems, pattern recognition across vast data sets, decision support in complex situations, etc., etc. And in principle, AI could help more to do more with less. Exactly what resource-constrained countries would need. But here's where we must pause and be honest with us. The countries that could potentially benefit most from AI-enabled food safety systems, are often the countries least equipped to deploy them effectively. The infrastructure AI requires stable electricity grids, high-speed connectivity, substantial capital investments, covering ongoing operational costs. These are precisely the resources in shortest supply in low and middle-income countries. AI requires vast amount of data. High-income countries have been systematically collecting and digitizing food safety data for decades. Many low-income countries lack basic digital infrastructure, let alone comprehensive food safety databases. So AI trained primarily on data from wealthy countries may not perform well in different contexts. It may even perform dangerously poorly. And AI is not a black box of truth. These systems can and do encode biases, make opaque decisions, and fail in unpredictable ways. Robust validation, ongoing monitoring, human oversight, technical expertise to understand when and why systems fail, these capacities are unevenly distributed globally. So we face a painful irony. The very technology that could theoretically bridge food safety gaps might instead widen them. This brings me back to the $500 billion investment. These massive investments are strategic. They are about establishing technological dominance. They are about creating and controlling the platforms and infrastructure that will shape the global economy. For high-income countries, this AI acceleration represents an opportunity to cement economic and technology advantages for generations. It is not just about having better tools, it's about who controls the foundational infrastructure that everyone will need to access. The concentration of in AI investments creates governance challenges. When foundational AI infrastructure is controlled by limited actors, questions arise about data sovereignty. Pardon me. Algorithmic transparency and ensuring equitable access. International frameworks will need to address these questions of control, ownership, and accountability. And here's what keeps me up at night: the speed. Specific actors are making trillion-dollar investment at unprecedented paces, creating facts on the ground faster than international governance can respond. International standard setting takes years. Capacity building takes decades, but AI infrastructure is built in months. Can international cooperation keep pace with this acceleration? Or are we watching the creation of a technological divide that will be extraordinarily difficult to close? When we talk about resource constraints in food safety, we are not just talking about money. Resource constraints include financial resources, the cost of AI systems, infrastructure needed, operations to run them, but also human capacities, data scientists, AI specialists, food safety professionals who understand both domains. These people are scarce everywhere, especially in countries that already face a brain drain. So, pardon me. I am lost for a moment. Many countries face food insecurities and also face political instabilities, conflict or frequent changes in government policies. All these are interconnected. You cannot simply drop AI technology into a context that lacks the surrounding ecosystems and expect it to work. Yet, these resource constraints are not inevitably natural facts. They reflect systemic barriers, international resource allocations, priorities, and structural constraints that are, in principle, changeable. Before we discuss how AI intersects with these challenges, let me establish the ethical landscape into which this technology will arrive. One already characterized by profound tensions between food safety and food security. In crisis situations, conflict zones, climate disasters, regions facing acute malnutrition, difficult realities force impossible choices. When a food aid shipment sits at a border waiting for expensive testing, while people go hungry, we confront a difficult question. What is the greater harm? In affluent societies, further food safety investments often yield diminishing returns. The difference between 99.9% safe and 99.95% safe requires exponentially more resources. But in crisis zones, those same resources might address much more fundamental risk or might mean a difference between having food at all or not having food. I'm not arguing for lower food safety standards in low-income settings. That would be both unethical and counterproductive. Yet, when resources are systematically constrained, difficult prioritization becomes necessary. The trade-offs I'm describing are not inevitably natural facts. They are products of systematically constrained resource availability, the result of specific resource allocation priorities in international systems. We face a dual ethical obligation. Oh, thank you so much. First, to maximize life-saving impact with resources currently available, this is operational stewardship. And second, to advocate for transformation on the systematic barriers of these impossible choices. This is our structural responsibility. Managing constraints does not mean accepting them as just or permanent. This is ethics under injustice. We are told AI can help optimize these difficult decisions. Perhaps. But who designs these AI systems? Based on whose data? Reflecting whose values and priorities? When resources are scarce and stakes are life and death, algorithmic opacity becomes an ethical crisis, not just a technical concern. This connects to something even more fundamental: trust. In our work at FAO, we emphasize the science of food safety, and science provides us with a universal language, a shared way of knowing that allows us to coordinate globally. Without agreed-upon evidence, we cannot build the trust necessary for international food trade, emergency response, or protecting public health. But people don't experience food through scientific abstractions. They experience it through culture, memory, identity. Food represents love, dignity, belonging, and grandmother's recipe, the harvest celebration, the meal that marks a sacred day. These are not just nutrition delivery systems. They are how communities understand themselves. So when we introduce AI systems, even more opaque than traditional science, we compound this tension. How do we build trust in systems that are mysterious even to experts? How do we integrate AI with cultural values and local knowledge? When algorithmic recommendation conflict with traditional practices or lived experiences, who decides? And crucially, whose cultural context is embedded in these AI systems? If they are trained primarily on data from high-income countries, they carry cultural assumptions from those contexts. This isn't just a performance issue. It's a question whose reality gets encoded as universal truth. Let me say something that might be a little bit uncomfortable. Under current international resource allocation priorities, we cannot have everything simultaneously. The choices we make have consequences. Resource invested in cutting-edge AI for already well-resourced context cannot simultaneously be invested in basic laboratory capacity in structurally limited settings. The talent recruited to build proprietary AI for private corporation cannot simultaneously build public capacity in low-income countries. This isn't pessimism, it's realism about resource allocation priorities that can, and I would argue should, be transformed. Without intentional equity measures, AI could accelerate dynamics we are already concerned about. It could make food safety systems in wealthy countries even more sophisticated while leaving resource-constrained countries further behind. It could create new forms of dependency. It could encode existing inequities into algorithmic systems that are harder to see and harder to challenge. And the speed of this acceleration means we may look in this pattern before we had the adequate time for a thoughtful, inclusive deliberation about whether this is the future we want. So let me pose some questions, not rhetorical questions, but genuine invitations to dialogue, because I believe we need to figure this out together. On governance and sovereignty, how do we ensure that AI systems for food safety respect national sovereignty and don't create new dependencies? Who should control the data that AI systems require? What international framework do we need? And how do we develop them quickly enough to matter when the technology is moving at this velocity? On equity and access, how do we prevent AI revolution in food safety from becoming another driver of inequality rather than a tool for bridging gaps? If AI systems are developed primarily with data from high-income countries, how do we ensure they work appropriately and safely in different contexts? On trade-offs and priorities, how do we have honest conversations about the real trade-offs between food safety and food security without this being misused to justify poor practices? When systematically constrained resource availability forces impossible choices, how do we decide what level of food safety is sufficiently health protective? And who gets to make that decision? How do we balance AI's potential benefits against the very real cost of the infrastructure it requires? On partnership and collaborations, how can the private sector partners with substantial AI capabilities contribute to building capacity without creating dependencies? What models of technology transfer actually work? How do we share data in ways that build capacity rather than extract value? And on pace of change. Given how fast AI is developing, how do we create mechanisms for thoughtful, inclusive decision-making that can keep pace? How do we ensure that countries with structurally limited resources have a genuine voice in shaping how AI is developed and deployed in food safety? Is the current pace of AI development compatible with equitable global food systems? Or do we need to advocate for deliberate approaches that allow equity considerations to inform development from the beginning? We are at an inflection point. The decisions we make in the next few years about how AI intersects with food safety will have consequences that will reverberate for decades. The theme of this conference is science in action. Well, science in action requires not just technical capability, but also wisdom about when and how to deploy it. It requires us to think not just about what we can do, but what we should do. And it requires us to consider not just whether something works in one context, but whether it's feasible, appropriate, and just across all contexts. So here's what I'm asking, not vague aspirations, but concrete commitments. For international organizations, let's document better the gaps between the assessed needs and available resources. Let's engage in policy forums with authority to address systemic barriers. Report transparently on constraints and advocacy effort, and join FAO in this work. To governments, participate in developing international frameworks for AI governments in food safety that respect sovereignty while enabling beneficial cooperation. Ensure that national voices, especially from countries facing systemic resource constraint, generally shape how these technologies develop. And to the private sector, join technology transfer initiatives, share data in ways that build capacities, co-develop systems designed for diverse contexts from the beginning, not as afterthought. Your AI capabilities in food safety data represent enormous potential for partnership. To all of us, question the assumption that current resource constraints are inevitable. Challenge systems that force impossible trade-offs. Refuse to accept that food safety for some requires food insecurity for others. Here's what I believe. The gap between assessed needs and available resources in global food safety represents systemic barriers that can and in principle be transformed. The question is whether we will use that moment of extraordinary technological acceleration to bridge that gap or to widen it. Both operational stewardship and structural transformation are mandatory, not optional. We must maximize the impact of resources available while simultaneously advocating for transformation of the systemic factors that create these impossible trade-offs. The next 4 years will see much more investments than the $500 billion announced early in 2025 by OpenAI and others to reshape technological infrastructure. Either that reshaping includes everyone, or it deepens the divide between those who have and those who go without. FAO's strategic plan is based on inclusion. Thus, we commit on ensuring that AI serves food safety for all, not just the well-resourced few. Please join us in that commitment. And if you have any questions, you can reach out at safer@fao.org. Visit us at our booth, G41. We are there between noon and 1 and at 4 p.m. And also you can visit the UN event tomorrow, this afternoon, pardon me. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much to Marcus for that very thought-provoking presentation, really highlighting how with AI and food safety we really are at an inflection point to basically provide equity for those who really deserve this technology around the world. Now, we've had some amazing conversations here and presentations here on stage, and one thing that's really cut through, even when we're talking about all this transformational technology, and that is the issue of trust. And trust is a foundational quality when it comes to you superheroes here and ordinary people in this world, again, when it comes to food safety. So I think we've got a lot to think about. We're taking a 1-hour break now. We're going to come back at 2 p.m. Lunch is being served, but do you know there's 2,000 of you? So please be quick. We've kind of planned 20-minute rotations at the buffet to make sure everybody gets fed and is back here at 2 p.m. or in the other rooms for the continuation of this conference. Have a great lunch, everybody, and see you soon.
If everybody can settle down now, we will start our panel discussion. Okay, so I'm Mary and I will serve as your moderator for this session. Our session is called Crystal Ball Gazing, the Future Direction of Food Safety Crystal Ball. The future of food safety is being shaped by converging global challenges and transformative technologies. Rising population demands, climate change, supply chain complexity, and evolving consumer preferences are amplifying risks associated with foodborne illnesses, fraud, and contamination. At the same time, advances in digital technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and rapid diagnostics are opening new pathways for prevention, detection, and traceability across the food system. This presentation will explore emerging trends in food safety, including predictive analytics for risk assessment, next-generation pathogen detection methods, smart packaging innovations, and the integration of sustainability into safety frameworks. Our speaker is a professor of food microbiology at Cornell University, specializing in food safety, microbial control, and processing technologies. His research and teaching have significantly advanced science-based approaches to ensuring the microbiological safety and quality of foods. A graduate of the University of Alberta, he actively collaborates with industry and academia to strengthen global food safety practices. Let us all welcome and give a big round of applause to Dr. Randy Warabo. Let's give a round of applause, guys.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to speak at the Dubai Food Safety Conference. I'm honored to be here. For how many people here were for Dr. Hawk's presentation first off this morning? Okay. I did not see her slides, but you're going to see some, we're going to cover some of the same materials in my talk. I actually did 20 years ago, well, actually 25 years ago, I did it was a future of food safety due to climate change. And it's funny because after 25 years and climate change actually getting worse, actually seen some of my predictions come forth from that presentation. So hopefully I'll be around in 25 years to see how much of this presentation comes true. Okay, oops. Okay. I had updated the slides, but I think I missed the cutoff. So to start off with, the future of food safety, it depends on who and also on which countries. Because if you were here for Marcus's presentation, where he said the differences between developing economies and developed economies is staggering. And it's the same thing for food safety. I do a lot of international food safety work, and it would take very little input in terms of advancing the food safety of developing economies. The information is already established by developed economies. It's just capacity building to bring it into those countries. And your prediction of decades, I totally agree with for developing economies to get them to that next level of food safety. At the same time, for developed economies, it's exactly what you said. I loved what you said when you said 99.99%, and then to get to 99.995%, it takes a lot of added dollars to get to that level. And you think about the amount of money that's spent by a developed economy, you apply that same money to a developing economy and how you dramatically transform. The other thing is that the world is changing with the 10 billion forecasted population. The countries that currently are the primary producers of food for the world, the population is going to be infringing on agricultural land, and it's going to reduce the amount of productivity. And I actually predict that developing economies, developing countries, are actually going to play a bigger role in terms of providing the food to feed the 10 billion people on the planet. Now, if we look globally at foodborne illness, WHO in 2024 said that it was roughly 600 million foodborne illnesses globally. The other thing that we tend to forget about this is which countries are primarily have the burden of all this foodborne illness. It's the developing countries. And this is where focusing on this, we can dramatically make a difference in terms of global foodborne illness by targeting those developing economies. The other thing that this study went through is it's the same players, okay? It's your Salmonella, Campylobacter, Listeria, pathogenic E. coli, depending on where you are, Vibrio, hepatitis A, norovirus, and parasites. Now, this data comes from where? Who has the surveillance? It's the developed economies that have this data. And I can tell you, after working more than 15 years in developing countries, their cultural practices, their food handling practices are totally different, and they don't have surveillance to actually identify what the causative agents is rare. One of the few examples, I think, is when the fenugreek seeds were contaminated and then were exported to primarily Europe. It was France and Germany, resulted in a very large outbreak. But it was from one of those developing economy countries where the contamination came in, and it was a very different E. coli strain. It was E. coli 104, and it had hyperpathogenicity. So this is an example of how we can't just lump all these countries into one and say that this is what it's going to be across all different countries, depending on what type of economies you have. I put this up here because it's amazing. Number one cause of foodborne illness, improper handling. 50 years, and we still can't correct that. Still number one. And this is developed countries. It's just amazing. It should be easy to fix that. The other thing that is going to be changing, and we've already seen it, is how the supply chain has become global. The COVID pandemic really impacted supply chains. And this is where we were so accustomed, and we didn't even realize that our cherries and grapes and apples, we expect them in our grocery store all the time, fresh. Well, we also have to realize we never thought that, oh, well, it's the middle of winter, why are we getting fresh grapes and cherries? Well, it's coming from usually the southern hemisphere. So when COVID happened, the supply chain was severely disrupted. We also have environmental events, and a lot of these are climate change related. Anytime you have extreme weather, you destroy the crops. You may, to the point where you may have breach of water for agricultural water. It could be contaminated, which can lead to foodborne illness if there isn't processing of the food. This is particularly prudent for any type of produce. Anytime we have disasters, we have this need for food to go in because we've got a problem. We don't have a reliable food supply for the disaster-stricken area. And then, like I said, any type of pandemic sends severe shocks through the supply system. At the same time, with the change in the environment, with the change in processing and harvesting and all these changes, we're actually selecting for more resilient pathogens, foodborne pathogens. We're selecting ones that can tolerate higher temperatures, lower water activity environments. All these contribute to, and it's almost like we selected based on our practices that we're doing. Everything from the farm to the fork. It all contributes to which pathogens are actually being selected. What we currently do in terms of foodborne illness prevention and response, most developed countries have a surveillance program. Developing countries do not have surveillance programs. And this is where the surveillance programs identify what the causative agents are, what the food is, and you prevent as many of the foodborne illnesses as possible. We also have very specific regulations, and around the world, regulations for each country comes into play typically because there's been an outbreak. So it's usually the impetus for regulations is when you have an outbreak. Ideally, it's prevention-based rather than reactive, but currently, the majority of regulations are reactive-based. We also have industry responsibility and accountability because they know food safety should be one of the primary importances that they place on their food production, but it doesn't generally always occur. An example is the South African canned meat outbreak with listeria. It wasn't canned meat, it was bologna. But that actually, they knowingly had listeria in their product and it contaminated and people died because of it. But then you have an economically depressed area and all that contaminated meat was put into the landfill, and then the people who were homeless were actually consuming that contaminated product that had sat outside in South African temperatures, and the listeria grew to even higher levels. So these are the kind of things that we have to think about. We also have, anytime that it's identified that there's a foodborne illness outbreak, and then the food is identified, the company that is responsible for that, for the production of that food, the government basically forces them into issuing a recall of all that food. Now, this is part of Dr. Hawk's presentation as well when she talked about food security and food safety. After doing a lot of international work, food safety is very often not even considered. But the nexus of food security is actually where you have when you have a safe, accessible, nutritious, and sufficient supply of food. And it's only there where you actually have true food security. The problem with foodborne illness is that, especially when you have in developing economies and you have malnutrition, they're typically immunocompromised. They ingest contaminated food, they get foodborne illness, and because of the diarrhea and vomiting, it actually causes malabsorption of nutrients. So that sets them up for further malnutrition, stunting of growth, and then increased comorbidity. At the same time, because they're stricken with foodborne illness, they're also spreading it. So it's a very vicious cycle, and it has to be broken to make sure if you really want to elevate the overall health of that economically depressed area. Now, in terms of what the challenges we're going to be facing for food safety, it's feeding the growing population. Right now, we already have issues in terms of food security around the world. The thing is that with more people, there's going to be more food production, and on large scale, sometimes your chances of having a breach in the safety of the food is going to be higher as well in terms of total numbers. Climate change is going to cause loss of land, especially for countries that are at sea level. Best example, Bangladesh. Essentially, the entire country is at sea level, and the increase of 2 inches will flood most of the agricultural land that they have right now. So it's going to, and anytime you have the loss of the land, you're now going to reduce the amount of production of food that has to meet that 10 billion requirement in 25 years. We also have, with the climate change, the destruction of crops, like the typhoon that went through the Philippines. Just think about how much of the crops are left. So now the Philippines has to deal with securing a food supply that was originally planned for their country. We also have, especially with this globalization, as I mentioned earlier, supply chain complexity is huge, because now we're getting it from all over the world, and then the pandemic is just the tip of the iceberg. We have any type of war or any kind of conflicts, we can have interruption of the supply chain, and it directly impacts consumers. We also have consumer preferences, and this is more in developed countries than developing countries. Consumer preferences for raw foods and clean labels. Well, raw milk is a known vector for Campylobacter, Coxiella, Listeria, E. coli, Salmonella. The consumers are actually deciding for more unsafe food right now than they have in the past 30 years. The future of food safety is going to be defined by shifts towards, this is where the technology comes in. It's going to be preventative and predictive models rather than reactive. And then it's going to be relying on technologies like artificial intelligence. How many people here have heard of Internet of Things? Show of hands. A couple. That is, I predict that is going to be a huge thing in the next 25 years. And I'm going to get into that a little bit so I can explain to everyone. Blockchain has been around already for almost 10 years, and I predict with AI, blockchain is going to become even more important than it has been already. All of these are going to drive the enhanced traceability, because traceability is key in terms of identifying which of the foods or which of the ingredients actually has the foodborne pathogen in it. And if you have good traceability, you're going to be able to identify it early and reduce the number of illnesses. I also see that there's going to be real-time monitoring. This is where we're in such an incredible accelerated advancement of research in terms of genomics, detection of pathogens, and it's just going to get shorter and shorter in terms of the time for the results. I also think that there's going to be developments, rather than looking specifically for the pathogen, it's going to be looking for markers, so unique metabolites of their growth. and having packaging or sensors that are able to pick up the metabolites of the pathogen before they actually detect the pathogens. And then automation is going to be increasing dramatically as well. It's everything from, rather than humans being the ones that are responsible for doing the checks, it's going to be automated in inspections. Advanced molecular analysis, it's going to be rapid and real time. All of these are going to accelerate in terms of where the, food safety is going. Some of the key technological advancements, we've already heard some great talks on artificial intelligence. That's already being used by the larger food companies. Food companies produce a lot of data, and a lot of it is related to food safety or indicators of food safety. And what AI can do is actually accelerate that and analyze the data much better than any human can. It's going to predict and prevent food safety issues using the large-scale data analysis. It's going to drive predictive analytics in food inspection. So typically, and I'm talking this from a regulatory or a third-party inspection, where people come in and they request certain dates. So I know it's going to be US directed, but FDA, when they do an inspection, they ask for 3 random dates. So they base the company that they're inspecting, their safety or their control of their food safety on those 3 days of production. Whereas AI can take massive amounts of data and actually apply and look at a lot larger window and do a much better job in terms of determining what food safety breaches are actually occurring in that company. I know there are larger companies right now that are taking the massive amounts of food safety data, and they're actually using AI to do predictive in terms of whether they have breaches in food security within their company. So this can be anything from indicator organisms for pathogens or the actual pathogens themselves. I also see AI being used for testing and analyses because there's limits to all methods. And with AI, it basically can encompass all these outliers that are actually food safety risks and do a better predictive job in terms of assessing the safety of the food. For Internet of Things, this is basically, it's like all of us. All of us have our cell phones on us, right? 20 years ago, that was not the case, right? And that's how rapidly it evolves and how much we rely on this. I predict that it's going to be the same thing in terms of the monitoring of each of the units that is going out of companies. And anytime that you have a network, it's going to be downloading all the information that you program it for. So safety parameters such as temperature, it can be humidity, it can be cross-contamination even just by analyzing what lots are in the same C-can or refrigerated trailers. And then, like I said, smart packaging, I see this as a big change in terms of being able to actually identify whether you've got safety issues before it's consumed by the consumers. And then for blockchain, if you don't know what blockchain is, it's basically every person that's part of the flow of the food, everything from the farm to the consumer, they have to upload data, and it's immutable, meaning it cannot be changed once it's entered in. And it basically makes everyone in that chain accountable for all the safety parameters that are in control for those foods. The biggest thing I think that's going to happen is already bioinformatics and the omic technologies, it's everywhere, but it's actually going to advance even more. So we were talking about whole genome sequencing, and now it's metagenomic sequencing. As microbiologists or food safety professionals, we introduce a huge bias into what we're actually trying to analyze for. So, and it's the way we've been trained. If we want to look for salmonella, you use specific media, same for listeria. But what happens if that's not the primary pathogen that's contaminating the food and causing illness? So by using metagenomic sequencing, and it's called deep sequencing, so you do multiple layers. Right now it's very expensive. It's about $5,000 for a sample. But you get all the microorganisms that are there. And it's even detectable down to the level that pathogens normally contaminate foods. So this tool, I think, is going to be even more useful in terms of that huge, in the pie chart of all the causative agents for foodborne illness, we always have this big piece of the pie that's unknown. And I can see where deep metagenomic sequencing is going to fill up that section of the pie that is currently unknown. It's actually a lot more accurate, and it can be more accurate in determining the foodborne pathogens that are persisting in populations. So this is especially important for developing countries. They don't have surveillance data, and they probably don't have the same pathogen entry points as what we have in developed countries. They're going to have multiple, and they're going to have a lot more different pathogens. By using this, you can actually, you'd have to test for the country, region, and season, and you can come up with, rather than a predictive, it would actually be factual based on the sequencing that you get. And then automated systems. This is where humans sometimes lapse in what they're supposed to be doing, and they can actually fix it by having automated sanitation inspection. So automated ATP swabbing to guarantee that it's been properly cleaned and sanitized, and then even data collection. Okay, in terms of regulations and risk assessment, they're going to be data-driven. And they're actually going to be predictive. It's going to be analytics-informed regulation frameworks rather than reactive, which is what we have currently. We're going to have enhanced traceability. In fact, in the United States, we already have the traceability regulation as part of FSMA. And then this is also what Dr. Hawk said in terms of the risk analysis. It's not only going to be on food safety, but it's going to be a broader scope to integrate health, nutrition, and sustainability. The problem we have, and this is exactly to Marcus's point, we have a digital divide. I call it a digital divide. The difference between developing and developed economies. So guess, as Marcus said, it's going to be the developed economies that have the money and have all the data. So it's going to require some capacity building and specialized assistance. And it's ironic, I didn't see your slides, I didn't see Dr. Hawk's. It's also a change in workforce and culture. People aren't going to be used to adapting, and they're going to have to adapt to working with AI. And they're going to have trust in AI. And then sustainability and health, balancing safety, sustainability, and nutrition. So with that, I have 20 seconds. So the next area I predict, data-driven, automated, and globally connected. And then all those technologies, AI, IoT, and biotechnology will increase the detection speed as well as prevention. And then most importantly, we need the collaboration across sectors to make sure that we build a safer, sustainable, and equitable food system. And with that, I thank you.
So much for that detailed and informative session, Dr. Warabo. Let's give him a round of applause again, please. Okay, everyone, so just please stay in your seat because we will have a panel discussion in a few minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session about food safety in the humanitarian aid sector. For those of you that have been waiting whilst we set up and who might have done the little quiz that we've had up here, here are the answers, so you can see if you got it right. Okay, so the distribution of humanitarian aid is needed in the world now more than ever. And I think this is the first time that we've had a humanitarian aid food section in this particular conference. So this session is about food safety in the context of humanitarian aid and the agencies involved. You've probably watched humanitarian crises on the news, and this week we hope to bring this particular area of food to life by bringing actual samples of humanitarian aid into the conference. Sarah?
Yeah, so you can visit us next door, but we don't want this to be hypothetical. We want you to be able to see it, look at it, talk to us about it. So I've got some samples here. If you come next door, we've got a little tent area by lunch. We've got the stand G41, and I'm holding in my hand here some samples of the ready-to-use supplementary food sachets. We've got some fortified biscuits. We've got some fortified date bars. You can look at them like in real life. Come and try them, you can taste them, and we'd really like you to come and experience what this is, and hopefully during the session you'll see a little bit the impact of this food.
Yeah, so we hope you'll join us after this session in the booth to try some of these products and find out a bit more. But I guess it's important to remember why these products are important and that the nutritional properties of these foods are life-saving for people in the most vulnerable situations. And so the issues with food safety in the humanitarian sector are different from the everyday foods that fill our supermarket shelves. So we hope to use this session to introduce some of the representatives from the different agencies involved in getting this food to recipients. We're going to show you a short video during this session, and we're going to have a panel question and answers. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask anyone on our panel, please put it into the Hoover app. We'll answer as many as we can during this session, and any that are left over we'll take to the booth, and we'll be happy to have a conversation with you about them there. So I'm Catherine Handy-Woods, and with my colleague Sarah Perry, we've been supporting a cross-agency collaboration on food safety in the humanitarian sector. And today we're going to be your moderators to hopefully help you get the most out of this session.
And so, with no further ado, we're going to ask the panel to introduce themselves rather than us introducing them. But I'm going to sprinkle the food around so that you're sort of surrounded by what you're talking about. I'm going to ask them each to introduce themselves, the agencies that they're here representing, and how that agency is involved in getting this humanitarian aid to the recipients of it. So, Virginia, do you want to start?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm Virginia Ziebenhock, and I'm the head of food safety and quality for the United Nations World Food Program. The World Food Program is actually the world's largest humanitarian organization worldwide fighting hunger. And our main mandate is to end hunger by 2030. Very challenging. Our job is to save lives, especially in emergencies, through the delivery of food, but also cash and other assistance. And we work in over 120 countries, and we have over 20,000 employees located mostly in the field, close to the operations that we have. Now, there's a dual mandate. On top of saving lives, we also try to change lives, and that's the resilience programs that we work on as well. So that's capacity building in the food systems. It's school feeding programs, cash transfers where we rely a lot on the local retailers and the local food markets, specific nutritional programs as well, and overall strengthening food systems. So as you can imagine, there's a huge component of guaranteeing food safety for the ones we serve and the ones that are left furthest behind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. My name is Alison Fleet, and I'm a technical manager, and like Virginia, I also look after the food safety and quality for nutritional products that are given to vulnerable populations. So together with my team, we work to source, develop and approve specialised nutritious foods that are designed to treat and prevent malnutrition. And we are a specialised agency for provision of these foods for severe acute malnutrition as well as preventing malnutrition. And just last year in 2024, we actually treated 9 million children with malnutrition. And we reach these vulnerable children in around 190 countries, so we have a very big footprint. And our programs, in order to really ensure that these foods are effective and safe, we need a robust system because we're delivering these foods all the way to the health clinics in very remote areas. And I really look forward to continuing the discussion with the audience today. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Odile Caron. I'm Food Safety and Quality Coordinator at MSF, which stands for Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. We are a medical organization, humanitarian organization, one of the biggest in the world. At MSF, we deal with different types of food according to the different types of programs that we have. So, for example, we have food for special medical purpose that we use in inpatient setting, in hospital, with food for enteral tube feeding, for example. And we need to make sure that this food is safe, of course. We also deal, like UNICEF and WFP, with malnutrition programming, so aiming in treatment and prevention of severe and moderate acute malnutrition for children, but also now more and more for pregnant and breastfeeding women and girls as well, not only focusing on children. We also have some emergency response, so using, for example, emergency food ration. And for all this food, we have a food safety and quality department to make sure that the product that we procure is safe, from the manufacturer up to the end user. So that's, again, like UNICEF mentioned earlier, a supply chain that is very complex, and we need to make sure that we don't break the chain of food safety among this supply chain.
I'm Marcus Lipp. We may have met earlier already, so welcome again. Thanks for being with us today. So the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, is of course a rather big organization, and will not go through all the things FAO does. Its main mission is zero hunger, so enough access to nutritious, safe food for everybody. But that involves many, many different aspects. So my main job is to provide the food safety part of much of FAO's work, in particular, to be better, the scientific advice or scientific underpinning of the food safety part. So science is like our shared understanding of the world, and it's like the foundation in our houses. We want this super solid, and that's wonderful, and it's a step we have to build on. So we provide scientific advice for all kind of microbiological, chemical risk assessments, allergen risk assessments, and quite a number of other areas. But then it has to be complemented by a more governance part. And for this, there's my colleague here. She will tell you more about that. Thank you.
And I guess it's over to me now. So thank you, Marcus. So I am Catherine Bessy. I'm a senior food safety officer, also working in FAO in the food safety unit under the Agri-Food Systems and Food Safety Division. So as Marcus said, as a complement to science, we need to transform science into action. And that's where governance comes into play. So all that food that we are seeing here and under the tent falls under the purview of food legislation under most jurisdictions. That's where it meets the food control systems, the governance part of it. Government needs to be in a position to understand what is sold, imported, circulated in their territories. What they have to do is to apply fit-for-purpose controls, which means they have to be risk-based. And that is actually a very difficult journey to move from, automatic controls, like blind, I open the food product, the box, or I really think about what I have in front of me. It's a difficult journey, and FAO helps them in that journey, transforming their controls to target the products that are most at risk and apply the controls that allow goods to flow, safe trade to happen. So that is really critical in the situation of emergencies, of course, but that is critical at every moment of our lives. So that's what we do, and we have instruments for that, help government to understand what are the next steps they have to take so that their food control systems are more modern and that they are able to interact with all stakeholders, including, of course, all the suppliers, and of course, humanitarian agencies are part of the stakeholders that they have to interact with in a meaningful manner. So that's what we do, and I'm happy to come back on that and, for any question. Thank you.
I am Paige Yang. I work in food safety and quality at the World Food Program together with Virginia. Virginia has highlighted WFP's core mission, which is really to save life in emergencies. And harmonized standard and crisis-responsive food safety standards aren't just important, it's really life-saving, because they allow us to purchase food and position them in strategic locations and be ready to respond when emergency hits. Alison and Odile talked about the importance of the ready-to-use therapeutic food on children. And these products require context-specific food standards so that the right nutrients can be delivered effectively to children, cutting costs, reducing lead time, and ultimately feed more children in need. Marcus and Catherine spoke about FAO's work, which is a lot about improving and strengthening systems. And building a progressive pathway for local suppliers are important for us because this means we can purchase more locally, closer to the community that we are serving. So for humanitarian aid to work effectively in emergencies, in delivering nutrients, and in improving systems, we require four things. We require harmonized standards, crisis-responsive standards, context-specific measures, and a progressive pathway of food safety. Do we have that today? Unfortunately, not yet, at least not entirely. Let me give you an example. Last month, a cargo of fortified oil got detained in a destination country because the vitamin A content in the oil exceeded the national requirement. So the national standards called for a lower level of fortification, while our specification, which is aligned with international standard and utilized by multiple agencies within the country, required a higher amount. So because of a mismatch, there created a barrier. When there are such challenges, our colleagues on the ground work very closely with local national stakeholders and authorities to resolve the issue. So the cargo of oil was released last week after weeks of appealing processes. But the concern remains. These foods are part of the fight against hunger, and their delay could mean real impact for people waiting at the end of this supply chain. So how do we address that? We've created SAFER, which stands for Standards and Accountability for Effective Relief. It is a platform, a safe environment for food aid agencies to share these real-world challenges and to invite multi-stakeholder partners, including you, the food safety stakeholders in the room, to reflect on these important challenges with us, engage, and bring forward potential solutions. I really look forward to the rich conversation that we are going to have in the next days on the topic. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige. Before we move on to the next bit, I'm going to ask Marcus just to say a few words also about two agencies that unfortunately couldn't be part of the panel today, but UNIDO and IAEA are very heavily involved in all of these collaborative efforts. So Marcus, could you just say a couple of words about their involvement?
Yeah, sure. It's my pleasure to also give credit where credit is due, although they cannot be here today, which is unfortunate. So UNIDO, the United Nations Industry Development Organization, is one of the supporters of the SAFER initiative or platform. They tie in very naturally with their expertise to small and medium enterprises and the push for regional production of food aid and related measures. So they have been very instrumental in helping us widening the network of stakeholders. The International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, is actually a kind of a partner organization to FAO. We have some joint activities. They are separate, but there is a joint division with FAO. They specialize in nuclear techniques in general. That can be food irradiation, that can be any kind of analytical test that has to do with the nucleus, think mass spectrometry. But there's also other areas where they provide their input and support to SAFER. We regret that they're not here, but we want to at least acknowledge their contribution.
Fantastic, thank you. Hopefully now you've got a sense of who's who. Remember that you can go on the app and you can ask questions that we'll come back to a little bit later. But the next thing we want to do is show you a very short video. It's just over a minute to bring this to life even more so that you can see the impact of the work that's being done by all of these partner organizations. And as you're watching the video, could I encourage you to think not just about the huge amount of work that's involved in creating this impact, but also the role that food safety plays in having this work be done and getting the food to the recipients. So have a quick watch and we'll be back with you.
So I think you can see just from that short video, the work that these agencies do is enormous and global. Here are some statistics that just give a sense of the scale of the challenge that we're facing. I'll leave you a moment to read them. And so this raises the question, have you considered the impact of humanitarian aid being detained, delayed, diverted, or destroyed due to food safety issues? Those are the challenges that we're facing. But before we dive into those challenges and some of the questions you've got, we thought it might be nice to just start with some of the wins, some of the things that we're proud of having achieved in this humanitarian aid effort. So would one of you like to just start us off with something? Virginia?
I'll go first. So I think a big win is I think we recognized very early on that we're stronger together. And these people you see here, it's not the first time we're meeting. We actually worked together for many years because we work in the same area, right, with our specificities, but there's a lot of synergies that very early on we realized we could be doing more work together. So we have something called the Interagency Working Group, where all of us here that are present are a part of, and some other organizations as well, like the International Committee of the Red Cross and Action Against Hunger. We cooperate in various instances linked to food safety, but also to nutrition. So we do very pragmatic things like having a joint audit system for suppliers, for food suppliers. We do a lot of regulatory cooperation, incident management cooperation, and overall food safety strategy implementation in our operations. So I think this is a big win because we've learned, and I think that became a big platform where the SAFER project and initiative were actually born from.
Okay, I can go next. Thank you, Virginia. How many of you have ever seen this product? Maybe for the first time this morning in our area there, that I really strongly you to visit, and you can even test this product. This is ready-to-use therapeutic food, UTF, and this is a product 20 years ago, in 2005, it was used not for the first time at large scale. It was existing before, but not used at very large scale. And at that time, this product was only manufactured by one producer based in Europe. Today, we have more than 20 manufacturers, and most of them are based in Africa. And I think this is a very good win, knowing that this product is one of the products with the strictest, I would say, food safety criteria, because this product goes to the children suffering from severe acute malnutrition. So these children, the picture that you've seen earlier on the screen, the children, it showed the children before and after treatment. I don't know if maybe we can put the picture back, but this is a very life-changing product. And by having this product manufactured locally, so you can see on this picture on the left, the child is before receiving the product, and this is exactly the same child after the treatment. So you can see this is a really life-changing product. And these products today are manufactured in all over the world, and mostly in Africa, using the highest food safety standard. So as Virginia mentioned earlier, we are sharing the auditing between agencies, because in some of the countries there is no regulatory system able to do the kind of audits for food for special medical purpose. So we are actually sharing the audit between agencies. And by procuring more locally, we are actually improving the food safety in these regions as well. This is also more sustainable. We are contributing to the local economy. We are also contributing to having higher level of food safety for ingredients. For example, peanut paste, this is made of peanut paste. And the requirement for aflatoxin in peanuts in this product is very strict. So by procuring locally, we are actually also improving the food safety globally in the region. This is one example. We have lots of other examples.
Thanks, Odile. Paige, would you like to share one of the wins?
Okay. It's a really great introduction, Odile, to RUTF, and obviously we work very closely with MSF as UNICEF, and we partner to provide this supplement to many children who need a therapeutic food that can support their recovery. But I want to actually just share with you the story of how this amazing example of innovation actually started. So in line with the theme of this conference, where we're looking at technology and innovation in food safety, this story began when a group of very concerned and really dedicated doctors and paediatricians, they were looking for something that could be appealing to children. So they actually were inspired to produce this by looking at Nutella, which we know lots of children love. So they replicated something that could be made in the areas where malnutrition was prevalent. So they replaced the chocolate with locally grown peanuts, which gave a really fantastic source of oil and protein. The Nutella already had the milk powder in there to add the nutrition. So this was then developed into a low moisture food that had a long shelf life and was very appealing to children. It was then fortified with a premix, which was specifically designed over many trial and error in hospitals to then get exactly the right mix to really give these children a good nutritional recovery. So actually, you can give this supplement to children for 8 weeks and they're fully recovered, as shown by the pictures that Adil shared. So obviously, we really want this work to continue, but we really knew that there was still some food safety risks that need to be managed even when the manufacturers have got good standards. So together with our partners here, FAO, WFP, MSF, as well as WHO, we approached the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and UNICEF asked to develop a standard, a guideline for RUTF. And it took us 7 years, but we did actually get there. And now we have, in 2022, the Codex guideline for RUTF was finished. And so we're really quite happy with that achievement. And actually, we had so much collaboration from both the private sector as well as governments to develop that work. But you know what? It's no good unless it's implemented. And so we really invite each of you who are involved in implementing food safety to use those excellent standards that have been developed by all of us, because without the implementation, there's no safe food.
I can continue on the path of the Codex story. And I think one of the safer success story is with the first Codex standard of contaminant on food aid. So the story goes back to 2021 when Codex proposed limits for total aflatoxins in cereal-based infant food. And the proposed limit was so strict that it was really concerning because it will cut off a significant part of our purchases, that food that goes to children at risk of malnutrition. So we found, and also this was happening at a specific moment. Codex was still shaping the world, and also the food and fuel prices were spiking, driven by the Ukraine crisis. And the humanitarian need was really increasing. So what do? We find ourselves in a dilemma. On one hand, we would like to uphold the highest food safety standards, protecting children from this potent contaminant. On the other hand, what about food security? What about the nutrients that we're delivering to millions of children in need? So thanks to the partners here on the stage, we approached Codex proactively together, and we got our collective voice heard. Codex issued 2 standards, one standard of 5 parts per billion ppb for commercial food, while a maximum limit of 10 ppb for food aid. Now, that standard allows us to act in a way that is both crisis responsive and context specific. On one hand, we are able to continue to respond to the emergency needs without interruption. And on the other hand, we are able to provide a progressive pathway to our local suppliers to continue the engagement while improving their food safety practices on a longer term instead of being blocked from our purchases immediately. So I think that's what SAFER has allowed us to achieve by having a platform, having people collectively thinking on one particular challenge and act on it, we can really achieve a lot together. Thank you.
Thank you to all 4 of you. I'm sure you'll agree that those are inspiring stories of success in such a challenging environment that demonstrate the level of collaboration between these agencies and the innovations that are already being made. So I want to move us on now to the Q&A session using the questions that have come into the Hoover app. So Sarah, I'm going to turn to you and see Do you have a question for us?
Yes, we do. Actually, the first one, there's a couple of different topics here, but the first topic I'm going to bring up is probably a question for Catherine. You spoke about safe trade. So the question is, how do you connect the world of emergency relief to the world of food control systems?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, it's not a connection that we are used to make automatically. And in fact, it's something we have to apply a progressive approach. Humanitarian food, it wasn't a given for everybody that this was actually subject to the specification of food law. And yes, it is. And this requires the collaboration between the supplier, the humanitarian agency, and the government who lets that food come into its territory, or have the supply chain of the ingredients, in the case of those foods being produced locally, having the entire supply chain able to produce those safe ingredients, because it's not just by having a nice audit that you achieve safe food, it's because you have the entire food chain that's safe enough that you can produce that safe product. So mutual understanding of both the requirements by the government and by the government of the specific conditions, as Peji was mentioning, but also the role of food standards and the application of the risk analysis processes. So it means having the standards fitting the situation, taking into account the consumption pattern, so that you set up the right level and that you have all oversight in place by the government to allow food being imported, controlled with, let's say, a fit-for-purpose approach, as we say, or by having the supply chain functioning smoothly so that you can actually produce that food. So it's not traded in the sense of being sold, but the food laws, food safety laws, consider food being offered free or being sold in the same manner. So in that regard, even humanitarian supplies are considered as, that bigger part of the safe trade.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add anything to that? I don't want to move straight. We're happy for me to go on to the next question. This is one recently asked on the app. Feel free to add more. It follows on a little bit from what Odile was saying, but anyone's welcome to answer this one. Are there any ready-to-use guidelines or hands-on training programs available for food startup SMEs in developing countries to help ensure the safety of wholesomeness of their food products? Who would like to answer that one? Marcus?
Yeah, there are many, for startups, there are many tools available normally. That starts with the national governments. Depending on where you are, there's more or less support directly available from the national government and the relevant authorities there. I'm deliberately a little bit vague with relevant authorities because on a global scale, the systems are not uniform, so you need to figure out for yourself under which ministry food safety is located in your country. Typically, the stronger the governance system is, so let's say high-income countries, Europe or the US or elsewhere, there is enormous amounts of guidance available for startups that they can consult. This is all freely available, so everybody can consult that actually. Then there are licensing criteria, of course, in different levels from municipalities to national to regional authorities. But yeah, and then the FAO and to some extent WHO, I believe, has some guidance systems on GHP, good hygiene practices, on HACCP systems. So FAO, for example, provides those. There are more specific ones available with regard to marine biotoxins if you want to grow bivalves in the sea. So it gets very, very nuanced very, very quickly. But I'll leave it at that for a more generic answer.
Yeah, and go ahead, Odile.
Yeah, if I can add, so on each agency here, procuring agency, we have developed specification, finished product specification that are available online, publicly. And on this specification, we actually mentioned the standard that we follow. In terms of food safety, so of course, hazard plan, and we actually highly recommend the manufacturer to be FSSC 22000 certified. It's always good to have another certification and not only the interagency audit. But it's important to note that it's not only about applying FSSC standards, because the product is so specific that, for example, these RUTF products, they have to be manufactured with low moisture food requirement in terms of food safety. And I guess most of you know, because it's a food safety event, that low moisture food means no water, for example, in the factory. And sometimes in the first audit, we still see that the generic, I would say, FSSC recommendations are applied, meaning implementing a food safety and quality management system in place, but the procedures themselves are not the right standard or not the right prerequisite programs, for example, that should apply for this type of food. We also have specific requirements regarding stability study, for example, and all this information, because this product is distributed in very in contexts that are very difficult, and we require at least 2 years shelf life with storage at 30 degrees minimum. So we have very specific stability study requirement, and all of these are available online in each of our agency website. But they are harmonized because we work all together to make sure that we have the same approach.
Thank you. It was you who spoke before about RUTF being produced in Africa. So there's a question that might not be for you, but I don't know if Virginia or someone else wants to answer, about what else that you're doing collectively to get production closer to the recipients. Yeah, go ahead, Alison.
Yes, that's a great question. I had to say that I think all of our agencies here are really looking closely at localisation. Certainly UNICEF has championed the localisation of these lipid-based products, and we're now looking at supporting national governments to really take a look at their supply chains for foods for children that are below 2, so infants. So we have a project called First Foods, which is really looking at complementary food and weaning food that is not only nutrient dense, but it's also safe. Because many of these children do not have access to really nutrient-dense food to help them grow, prevent stunting, and really help them thrive. So this is one of the new initiatives that UNICEF is championing right now.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add? Yeah.
I just wanted to compliment, because that's, I think, something that the agencies vary a bit on the scope. For the World Food Programme, we do a lot of the commodities, so grains, also flours, oils. And for those, we have a very strong local procurement policy to build the local markets and utilize them so that we don't need to import foods. So there are many initiatives to buy locally to improve the quality of the local food, post-harvest initiatives as well. So that's one piece that I wanted to add, to a point that we are even allowed to pay more if we're buying locally for these foods.
Yeah, deal.
Yeah, maybe one more example. If we are not only trying to develop local manufacturers, but also use of local ingredients. And this morning there was a good presentation from Rivals about the use of the extrusion technology on some ingredients or even on finished product. And this is an area that we are really looking forward to develop, to be able to develop product with local ingredients, because today we do not have much alternative recipes, and we would like to see if it's possible to get more and more product that would be depending on that would be developed with local ingredients, with different recipes, depending on also the seasonality and what are the pulses and that are available in each country.
And if I may add, I would just like to say that this opens the door to the connection of those supply chains to the broader environment of the food production at national level, to the development of different value chains. And of course, you can have an excellent contract with a supplier, even down to a farmer, but if around him the production doesn't happen in conditions that are conducive generally to food safety, you introduce many more risks into your own chains. So that's why that approach cannot happen in a vacuum, which is both a vacuum of development of national capacities of the food producing sector, but also of the governance around that, because then it means having regulations regarding pesticide, regarding the use of different types of agricultural inputs, supply of safe water for the transformation of food, etc., etc. So it really very quickly connects us to what I would call, a world which is surrounding the humanitarian aid, but which is the real world in which we all here in this room live and work. So that's why it's really so important that we connect and have a global approach to that.
I completely agree with Katrina. I want to add on that. I think while we are trying to buy more locally, we are more solicited also by local stakeholders to help to strengthen local systems, including the national standards and also the laboratory and inspection capacities. Thanks to the Dubai municipality, right after this food safety conferences, we will be having an interagency workshop around how to prepare the laboratory for the future. And the local capacity strengthening of laboratory would be a key topic on the table as well.
Yeah, nice point, Peju. Okay, I'm going to move you on to a specific, but then after the specific question, I'll open it more generally up to the topic of science, tech, and AI. The specific question is, how can using food identity technologies to protect, enhance, and develop humanitarian food in the supply chain help us? Who would like to talk about food identity technologies? Marcus is looking cheery.
Yeah, thank you. So I will work on the assumption that food identity technology would mean some sort of analytical test that identifies a specific food. So it is saffron, or not just by smell and taste, but by some verification method. Or it is in fact beef and not another type of animal product. Okay. These tests are tricky because one of the most difficult things in general is to define words. So what is a sardine, or what is a canned sardine? I'm using that deliberately because there is a standard of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, which I don't think we've introduced, my apologies, the international standard setting body for food safety or food in general. And it specifies 27 different fish species to qualify as sardines and canned sardines. They are not biologically related. They are just approximately the same size and swim around in different areas of the world. Similar efforts have tried to be made by processed cheese. And after 20 years, the whole effort was stopped because nobody could agree how much milk powder do you need to have to call something processed cheese. Different regulations, different countries, different regions, different habits. So food identity methods in this regard are very closely linked to what we claim the food to be, which then is very quickly difficult. So whether it's a quality parameter, apples, how many blemishes are you allow in apples before they are not to be sold anymore on the markets? The curvature of the banana, of course, the everlasting joke. So what curvature does a banana need to have to be called banana? So it goes on and on and on. It's typically fueled by local interests because it's a local product, has always been that way, has always been called that way. And that is a rational thought to say, I want this other people to use the same, but it's also fueled by economic motives, right? Because everybody wants to export their product and call it something that is recognizable. And those names that have good recognition, saffron, very expensive spice, pomegranate juice for the health claims, and so on and so forth. And they are often then subject to difficult discussion around what exactly is it. I think from my perspective, this is almost, it's very gray area about, okay, we need to define, but then how many definitions do we need?
Certain level of benchmarking between the studies and the available information in order to see if they are, let's say, in a parallel scheme in order to be able to make it comparable. So this is some screenshots of the database where you can find a lot of information about the occurrence data with the LOQ, LOD, and so on. And this is based on an online portal that can be accessed by from anywhere from the world, and you can have a search-based web online portal by country, by contaminant, by food category, by food name, and even by year to know what's happening accordingly. So this is powered and under license from FoodReg IT platform, and it's mainly let's say, a platform, secured platform, where you need to log in and sign in order to get access, or to the data entry part for admins, or for the data, let's say, visualization, where you can have, as we said, some information that are available for users about the level of occurrence by country, by topic, and so on. So, yes, we need to build an institutional framework, but what is needed practically? We are really searching to have a dedicated risk assessment body in every country, an independent scientific committee free from political and commercial influence, with a clear mandate and legislation, a legal framework that empowers the body to request data and issue scientific opinion. We need an interagency collaboration between the Food Control Authority to provide monitoring and surveillance data with the public health ministries, providing epidemiological data on foodborne illnesses, and agricultural ministry for the pre-harvest information, as well as the National Statistical Office to support the consumption survey designs. And this can lead, obviously, to create a sustainable ecosystem for risk assessment. Today, we are calling for a coordinated action to adopt common methodologies, to have standardized protocols for sampling, for analysis, dietary surveys, to ensure the data comparability, and this is a main challenge. Also, we are calling to establish a regional data sharing platform, such the initiative we mentioned, a secure portal for aggregation, the occurrence and the consumption data, creating a powerful regional risk assessment tool. And those will be supported by panels of risk assessment, joint scientific panels under existing regional bodies to address, obviously, several issues and to sustain the capacity building. Obviously, a center of excellence or a regional training network to ensure the continuous pipeline of skilled risk assessors is a must. Finally, we need to integrate with early warning systems to link risk assessment data with regional food safety emergency responses system for faster and more targeted recalls. As a conclusion, the journey towards robust food risk assessment in the Arab region is well underway, and the foundation is data. The structure is institutional frameworks, and the blueprint is provided by pioneering national experience and regional partnerships. By working towards harmonized approaches, we can collectively enhance public health, facilitate trade, and build a more resilient and safe food system for all. As a take-home message from what I presented today, yes, food safety is not about only public health, but also it's about economic stability, not only in the region, but all around the world. And risk assessment that is grounded in scientific evidence is essential for effective food safety governance. The critical foundation is dietary exposure assessment that needs to be based on data on what people are eating and what contaminant or hazards are present in food. Initiatives like the Arab food consumption data and the Arab food occurrence data are regional effort to standardize and collect such data. The institutional capacity is a key to translate data into actionable risk assessment, and regional efforts emphasize embedding exposure assessment within national food safety authorities to support evidence-based regulations. Yes, a science-based today will ensure safer food tomorrow. Thank you.
From the Arab League countries, food safety from the Arab League countries, food safety decision-making and codex engagement. Mr. Ballout, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So thank you, Dr. Roba, for your introduction. It's a pleasure to present the result of the first part of my PhD research at Université Laval under the direction of Professor Godefroy and co-supervision of Professor André El Khouri. My name is Ali Ballout, and today I will be talking about the risk assessment of exposure to aflatoxin B1 from cereals across the Arab region based on a meta-analysis approach. As we know, we are always exposed to various contaminants through food. One important group being mycotoxins. So mycotoxins are a chemical contaminants produced by certain molds, and they pose significant risk to both the human health and the economy. This mold can contaminate crops at 3 different stages: in-field, during harvest, and after harvest, depending on several factors such as temperature, humidity, and physical damage of the crops. One of the most studied group of mycotoxins are aflatoxins due to their harmful effects on human health. So according to JECFA, aflatoxins are considered among the most potent mutagenic and carcinogenic substance known. They mainly contaminate 6 categories of food: cereals, nuts, spice and herb, and dried fruits and vegetables, coffee, and dairy products. Among all types of aflatoxin, AFB1 is recognized as the most toxic and prevalent form. The toxicity of aflatoxin B1 can be translated into 2 types of effects, depending on the dose and frequency of exposure. So in case of acute exposure, aflatoxin B1 may cause vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and even cerebral edema. In terms of chronic effects, aflatoxin B1 can lead to serious long-term effects, especially liver cancer, as well as immunosuppression and low birth weight. To limit this effect, we need to apply a combination of operational and regulatory approaches to reduce contamination. The operational measures include varietal selection, good agricultural, drying, and storage practices. On the other hand, we have the regulatory approaches. They are based on a risk analysis, which include 3 main components: risk assessment, which is the focus of this work, risk management, and risk communication. Now, the countries covered in this study are the 22 member states of the Arab League, located mainly in the MENA region, with a population of around 500 million people. These countries are particularly affected by mycotoxin contamination, mainly because of their climatic conditions. In order to assess the situation in this region and to develop an exposure profile, a three-step methodology was applied. First, we used a data mining approach to collect published data of aflatoxin B1 in the three main cereals: rice, maize, and wheat. Then, a meta-analysis was performed to combine and harmonize the data obtained. Third, we conduct the risk assessment. In this step, we calculated the EDI, the estimated daily intake, to estimate the daily amount of aflatoxin ingested through the consumption of the three cereals. Then we performed a risk characterization by calculating risk of HCC, hepatocellular carcinoma, which provide an estimation of the number of liver cancer that could be caused by exposure to AFB1. We also calculated the MOE, the margin of exposure, which gives an indication of the severity of the situation. The lower the MOE, the higher the concern. Regarding the results of data mining, a total of 414 articles were screened, and 35 studies met the inclusion criteria for the meta-analysis. Among them, 23 studies include samples of wheat, 13 of maize, and 10 of rice, with a total of nearly 3,000 samples analyzed. As mentioned earlier, these results were combined using a meta-analysis approach to obtain national and regional mean concentration for all three types of cereal. Moving to the risk assessment results, after calculating EDI, MOE, and risk HCC, we observed that the MOE values under both lower and upper bound scenarios were well below the EFSA safety threshold of 10,000. Also, the risk, the HCC risk, were higher than the limit established by WHO. This indicates the situation in the region could be concerning. At the national scale, the same pattern was observed, with the lowest MOE values found in Egypt and Iraq, where the situation appeared to be the most serious. Our findings should be interpreted with caution, because the cereals are not the only source of AFB1. Other food products also contribute to exposure. We should keep in mind that these results are based on published studies, and studies reporting no detection are less likely to be published in the field. So the real situation could be less concerning than we currently observe. Also, this issue is not limited to the Arab region. EFSA has conducted a similar risk assessment for Europe, where the situation can also be considered as worrying. To conclude, the study combined data from 35 publications covering 8 out of the 22 Arab League countries, and confirmed that the situation at the regional scale is concerning. These results provide a scientific basis to support risk management decision aimed to protecting public health and the regional economy. The main limitation of this study is the lack of available data. In terms of food consumption, official national data were often unavailable, and in contamination there was.
Thank you, Mr. Ballout, for this excellent and very informative presentation. Our final speaker is Dr. Mustafa Sultan, representing G-Force in the Near East region. Dr. Sultan will discuss harmonizing import maximum residue limits for pesticides, highlighting regional challenges, the need for coordinated approaches, and alignment with codex and international standards. Mr. Mustafa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ruba, for the introduction. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. It's a privilege to join you at the 4th Global Food Regulatory Science Symposium here in Dubai. This presentation explores a scientific and regulatory pathway towards harmonizing of import maximum residue limits, MRLs, for pesticide residues across the Arab region. The aim is clear: to protect consumers while facilitating fair and efficient trade. Today's talk, we will move through 3 key parts: the background and rationale for harmonization, a detailed case study, and a proposed framework and call for regional collaboration. Let us begin with a quick background why pesticide residues are such an important topic for regulatory science and international trade. Before that, I would like to thank Dr. Eli for making this presentation much, much easier. Pesticide residues are at the heart of food regulatory decision-making. They are more than laboratory outputs. They influence market access, consumer trust, and the public health policy. Differences in MRLs between countries, or even the absence of an MRL, can become unintentional barrier to trade. Sometimes, a pesticide used safely in one country may not be registered in another. When that happens, shipments can be detained or rejected even if the food poses no health risk. To bring scientific consistency to these decisions, the Codex Alimentarius Commission has set a clear guidelines. Codex relies on the work of the joint FAO-WHO meeting on pesticide residue, which is the JMBR, which is an expert body that assesses residues based on toxicological and agriculture data. GMBR evaluates both acute and chronic exposure compared to a health-based guidance value, such as the ADI, which is the acceptable daily intake, the amount that can be safely consumed over a lifetime, and acute reference dose, which is the amount safe to consume within a single day. These guidelines also account for results related to patterns of use, fate of residues, analytical methods, etc. JMBR also reviews these values periodically, ensuring they reflect the most current science and analytical methods. But what happens when there is no Codex MRL and no national standard in place, or even when a national standard MRL exists, but enforcing it may compromise the food security consideration? This is exactly where the concept of an import MRL becomes essential. Now imagine this scenario. A food shipment arrives at the border, a pesticide residue is detected, but there is no local MRL, and Codex has not established one either. This creates a regulatory vacuum. The product is detained and the competent authority has no clear benchmark for action. In such cases, an import MRL or import tolerance provides a practical science-based solution. Before moving forward, it's important to define the term import MRL. As you can see on the screen, an import MRL is MRL set only for imported products, designed to meet trade and food security needs when neither national nor codex limits exist, but national food safety standards is achieved. This mechanism can also apply in cases where a food security concern arises even when an MRL exists, the product is of high economic value, or the pesticide is authorized abroad but not domestically registered. Import MRLs ensures that safety assessment remain consistent while allowing trade to continue without compromising consumer protection. To make such a decision consistently, a structured process or a decision tree is needed. The decision tree offers a transparent framework for evaluating import MRL requests. Let's walk through it step by step. As you can see, the first step is that the residue level non-compliant with national MRL or no codex MRL. So the first question we should ask is this level authorized in the exported country or by the exported national authority in this country? If no, then the answer is to reject the product. But if yes, we should request for the scientific justification for such registration or legal limits. So if justification is submitted, so we should review these scientific justification. Is it according to acceptable practices, transparency, and risk analysis based? If no, then we reject the product. But if yes, then we should conduct a rapid risk assessment based on the national consumption patterns to confirm suitability, even if suitable or not. If the risk assessment conclusion shows a health risk, then we can reject the product. But if yes, then we accept the MRL as only import MRL, which is not designed for the domestic use, but only for the imported products. This approach would give us the opportunity, and this system would allow regulators to make defensible, evidence-based decision while supporting trade continuity. With this framework in mind, the next step is to explore how a practical import MRL list can be established. A dedicated import MRL list would transform case-by-case decision-making into proactive, coordinated approach. Such list could be built by combining historical compliance data, systematic review of partners' practices, and industry-submitted justification supported by data from that decision tree. It's essential to clearly separate pesticide registration, which involves domestic use, from import MRL, which only applies to imported goods. This structured approach would allow competent authorities to review and update MRLs periodically using real trade and laboratory data. The result is a living system that ensures fairness, predictability, and transparency, attributes critical for both industry and regulators. Now, the foundation is clear. We can move to a real-world example, a case that illustrates exactly how this process works in practice. Our case study is about a practical case study about the scenario of tricyclazole residues in imported rice. And here we emphasize again on imported. We all know that rice is a significant contributor in our dietary habits in the Arab region, and any disturbance in the supply chain may consider as a food security issue. A shipment of rice was detained at the point of entry after laboratory analysis revealed that tricyclazole residues exceeded the national MRL. The detected levels was roughly 0.2 ppm. In this case, as we mentioned earlier, we can assume that no codex or national MRL or even the applicable MRL is 0.1 ppm, which means the consignment was technically non-compliant. However, all other pesticides tested in that shipment were well within the legal limits. Because of this single exceedance, the shipment was held under investigation pending a health risk assessment. Tricyclazole is a fungicide primarily used to control rice in rice blast disease, a major problem in paddy cultivation. It has been registered for agriculture use in several Asian and Latin American countries, including India and Brazil. However, it's not approved in the European Union, the United States, or Canada, primarily because of different regulatory philosophies and data requirements, not necessarily because of different toxicological evidence. As you can see, multiple jurisdictions have authorized the use of tricyclazole with an MRL 3.0 ppm, such as Japan, Brazil, New Zealand, and Australia. The assessment began with a simple question: was the expected health risk, what is the expected health risk from exposure to tricyclazole in rice at 0.2 ppm, and is this rice fit for consumption? To answer that, a standard risk assessment process was followed, starting by hazard characterization, and I won't repeat myself after what Dr. Eli has mentioned, and the second step is exposure assessment, and finally, risk characterization. This structured approach ensures that even when residues exceed the national MRL, regulators can determine whether the product actually poses a health risk to the public. We will start by reviewing the hazard value, then move to the exposure and risk characterization. EFSA have established toxicological reference values for tricyclazole. The acceptable daily intake, which is the ADI, is 0.05 milligram per kilogram body weight per day, representing the amount that can be consumed every day over a lifetime without appreciable risk. The acute reference dose is also 0.05 milligram per kilogram body weight, indicating the amount that can be safely ingested within a single day. These two numbers, both 0.05 milligram per kilogram body weight, are the scientific anchors for assessing any residue level of tricyclazole in food. In this assessment, those reference values provided the benchmark against which the estimated dietary exposure was compared. With those reference numbers set, let's estimate what an average consumer would actually be exposed to. As you can see on my screen, to quantify dietary exposure, three main data were applied from national consumption reports. And here, I want to emphasize on what my colleague also earlier mentioned about having reliable occurrence and consumption databases to boost the food risk assessment processes. The annual rice consumption equals 67.1 kilogram per person body per year, which translates to roughly 184 grams per day. The average adult body weight is 70 kilograms, and the raw to cooked conversion factor is 3, since residues are measured on raw grain, but consumptions data often refer to cooked rice. By calculating the daily intake of tricyclazole, which is the residue level, 0.2 ppm, multiplying by the daily consumption, which is 184 gram per day, the result is equal 0.368 milligram per day. Dividing this result with the average adult body weight, which is 70 kilogram, we get 0.0005 milligram per kilogram body weight per day. Expressed differently, the risk ratio represents 0.0105, which is nearly 1%. So let's translate those numbers into a clear conclusion for decision makers. At a residue level of roughly 0.2 ppm, the calculated dietary exposure represents only 1% of both the ADI and the acute reference dose. This means the exposure is approximately 95 times below the amount considered safe by international authorities. The conclusion, therefore, is ambiguous. The rice represents no appreciable public health risk under current consumption patterns. From a scientific standpoint, the product is safe for human consumption. The non-compliance arises solely from regulatory misalignment rather than toxicological concern. With the risk assessment showing no appreciable health risk, the next step was to define a proportionate, transparent risk management strategy. With the rice shipment was technically non-compliant, the scientific evidence indicated that the residue level posed negligible health risk to consumer. Given food security and supply chain consideration, 3 risk management options were proposed. First, to authorize a one-time release of the detained consignment based on the documented risk assessment results. This would prevent unnecessary food waste and disruption to the supply chain while keeping full traceability records. Second, to review the existing MRL for imported rice and consider alignment with internationally recognized standards such as New Zealand or Australia or any country that adopted the 3.0 ppm, a level supported by established good agricultural practices and risk assessments. Third, to develop a structured framework for evaluating and adopting import MRLs when justified by science. This framework would ensure that future decisions follows a predictable data-driven process. Together, these measures protect consumers, maintain public confidence, and minimize unnecessary trade disruption. Let's now look at what broader lessons this case study offers for our region. This example highlights an important distinction in regulatory science. First, regulatory non-compliance doesn't automatically equate to health risk. Second, this reinforces why scientific justification must guide MRL setting rather than relying purely on administrative or legacy limits. Third, a structured import tolerance or MRL mechanism helps bridge these gaps. It allows authorities to evaluate whether residue detected, although not aligned with domestic MRLs, remain within a safe exposure range based on a toxicological data and dietary intake models and international standards. Ultimately, adopting a data-driven decision-making framework strengthens both consumer protection and market continuity, ensuring food safety without unnecessary trade disruption. Let's always remember that science-based policy making is the bridge between safety and trade, not a choice between them. To sustain such science-driven system, institutional capacity and cooperation are essential. No single country can develop all the required data alone. Our region shares common consumption habits, agriculture practices, climate conditions, and even export and import behaviors, making cooperation both logical and efficient. By sharing exposure and consumption data, residue monitoring results, and analytical databases, countries can create a joint foundation for harmonized import MRLs. Such collaboration would not only support trade among Arab states, but also enhances our collective position in global codex discussions. Ultimately, these efforts lead to stronger, more resilient food safety system. In conclusion, harmonizing import maximum residue limit is not only a scientific necessity, but also a policy opportunity. It allows our region to ensure consumer protection while promoting predictable, fair trade. The process begins with detection, moves through structured assessment, leads to proportionate decision, and ends with continual review. Import MRLs serves as a bridge connecting science and regulations until full harmonization with Codex is achieved. By anchoring our decisions in shared science, transparency, and collaboration, we can build food systems that are both safe and economically resilient. This is the vision to make the Arab region a model for evidence-based food regulation that protects its people and supports its producers. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
In July 2025, experts from across the Arab region met in Muscat, the capital of the Sultanate of Oman, for the workshop on data collection and analysis for Codex proceedings. The event was organized under the Arab Codex Initiative by AID-SMO and G-Force, funded in part by the U.S. Codex Office and by Food and Beverage Regulatory Committee and the AmCham Dubai, and under the high patronage of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources of Oman through its Food Safety and Quality Center. It was supported by CCNE, IU-FOST, GCC Standardization Organization, Université Laval, and the risk analysis platform Pereira. Over 2 days, 50 participants attended in person and 36 joined virtually. Building regional skills in dietary exposure assessment, GEMS food data submission, and setting maximum levels for contaminants. Practical exercises focused on lead in herbs and spices, mirroring real Codex procedures. Key recommendations included nominating national data focal points, standardizing data collection, sharing Codex priorities, and responding to JECFA calls for data. This workshop marked a major step in strengthening Arab engagement in global food safety.
You're very tall, and I'm short. Thank you, thank you, Dr. Mustafa, for this important and insightful presentation. And now I kindly invite Professor Samuel Godefroy, President and COO of G-Force, and the President of the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IFOST, of course, to wrap up the outcomes of this session.
Thank you very much, Ruba. And again, thank you to all those who stayed with us at this late hour. We could not finish this session without reviewing some of the key messages that we've heard. I believe we got through this session a great illustration of the way food risk analysis, when applied, serves to support more robust food regulatory decision-making and supports more predictable and more trustworthy food control systems. The last presentation, I think, offered a great illustration about how a problem was turned into an opportunity. A problem in the form of an incident management situation triggered a reflection about the suitability of a regulatory limit, and applying a risk analysis process led to question this regulatory limit and to take into account definitely the public health considerations and consumers' health, which is of the utmost importance, but also food security considerations and ongoing flow of trade. So essentially moving us from an incident management situation to the point of making rules that are systematic and that are based on evidence, applying, of course, the risk analysis framework. The second presentation showed us how important it is to continue to collect data and to assess the risks associated with priority contaminants in food. Aflatoxins are major food hazards. In fact, they are amongst the limited number of food chemical hazards for which we have a clear association with the foodborne illness, in this case with the chronic situation that is hepatocarcinomas. So in this case, there is a need for continued monitoring, there is a need for continued application of mitigation strategies, particularly when we consider that this contaminant occurs in most consumed foods in a region such as the Near East region. And in fact, that presentation illustrated that to the question, we don't have data, there may be another answer, because data seems to exist if you look for it. And even though, again, the study showed a number of limitations because it was based on published data, it nonetheless allowed to give an initial response and hopefully to trigger more interest in the collection of data. And this brings me to the beginning of this session, which really highlighted the foundational aspects that we need to pay attention to. Dr. Eli Bouyazbek, I think, gave a great overview of the areas where we need to pay attention and we need to continue to invest. And in fact, I would say that we are finishing with how we started this session. It is indispensable for any robust food control system, whether at the national level or at the regional level, that it relies on some key components that allows the decision making. We need to have data, we need to have competencies, and we need to have processes that allow to use this information in order to generate decisions that help protect consumers and that also enable to support the economies of the countries or of the region. Of course, resources are limited for any single country or any single jurisdiction to be able to fulfill those responsibilities alone. And that brings us to the importance of collaboration. A gathering such as this one is a great opportunity for us to reiterate the calls for collective action, the calls for coordination, and the calls for collaboration. We believe that there are some steps that have been taken in this region in particular, whether be it under the sub-regional organizations such as the GSO. We understand that the GCC Cooperation Council and under the auspices and the leadership of the Food Safety coordination framework that this union had set to itself is examining, in fact, opportunities for the creation of regional centers for risk assessment or regional structures that allow better collaboration and the ability to generate these scientific assessments that guide decision making. We need to utilize these experiences and broaden them even further at the level of the region. So looking obviously at the Arab region, but also looking even broader where the Arab region does trade, whether be it with Asia or with some parts of Africa. These regions are definitely in need for continued investment and continued collaboration and coordination. Once again, I would like to thank all speakers for their contribution to these illustrations, and we hope that what we showcase today will serve in order to support further initiatives and further investments in food safety. Thank you very much.
The Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force mission includes knowledge generation and dissemination, underpinning food regulatory decisions, in support of food control systems, Our interventions focus on promoting food regulatory scientific disciplines, consistent reliance on food regulatory sciences enables robust food control programs, contributing to more resilient food systems and a safe, accessible, abundant and nutritious food supply.